Members to the committee, and just to introduce myself, my name is Denzel. I'm the solicitor for the planning committee. Can I just remind all of the members who are logged on remotely that there's a legal requirement for you to be seen and to see at all times, so please keep your cameras on even if you're not taking part actively in the discussion at that time. The first item is the election of the new chair, so could I take nominations for that, please? We had a nomination for Councillor Murphy. Can I have a seconder for that? Anne Webb at the back there. Thank you, Councillor Webb. Are there any other nominations? In that case, then, I'll hand over to Councillor Murphy as the new chair for the Planning Committee. Thank you.
So we can have some nice swift meetings from now on, and keep everything as concentrated as we possibly can. Can I go on to the next item on the agenda and call for the appointment of a vice chair? Do I have a nomination, Tony? Oh.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Dale Rook, please.
Okay, thank you, Ben. If we have a seconder for that, Tony? Okay, thanks very much. Are there any other nominations for Vice Chair? No, in that case. No, it's okay. So in that case, can I ask Councillor, I can't see it, where is he? He's on In that case, Councillor Rook is appointed Vice Chair. In that case, so we'll move on to apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies for absence, Richard?
No apologies received, Chair.
Okay, thanks. I believe there may be at least one declaration of interest. Jane?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare a personal interest in an appeal decision, which is item 7A, the Bentra Farmhouse Llangofan, which comes under the further information within the agenda. Thank you. Okay,
thanks very much. We move on to the accuracy of the minutes of the previous meeting, but before I do that, Sue McConnell, you want to address the meeting?
Excuse me, just a declaration of interest in personal interest in item 6J.
Okay, thanks very much. Will we be issuing pro formas, Richard? Okay, can everybody remember to fill the pro forma in? If you're remote, we must have the actual completed form as well as the declaration in the meeting. Before I go on to the accuracy of the minutes of the meeting, can I take the opportunity of asking the officers to identify themselves and state their positions in the meeting? Thanks very much. Phil, can I ask you to start?
Yeah, hello members and the public. My name is Philip Thomas, Development Services Manager with Monmouthshire County Council.
Afternoon and welcome. My name's Amy Longford. I'm Heritage Manager and Area Team Manager for the South.
Good afternoon, members and those watching online. My name is Andrew Jones and I am Development Management Area Team Manager.
Craig, do you want to come in?
Good afternoon, members. I'm Craig O'Connor, Head of Planning here in Monmouthshire.
Richard?
Good afternoon, members. My name is Richard Williams from Democratic Services.
Adam, do you want to?
Good afternoon, members. My name is Adam Full from Democratic Services.
Okay, thanks very much. Everybody in the meeting has got their names in front of them, so people looking in can soon pick up on the names of the individual members of the committee rather than us spend time going through that. The next item is to confirm the accuracy of the minutes of the previous meeting. I'm conscious that there was only 3 of us. You're going to move that. Thank you, Tony. And you seconding? Thank you very much. Thanks, Maureen. Were there any matters arising from the minutes, or can we take them as read? Okay, thanks very much. The next item is to consider the planning applications. As we have a lot of interest and a lot of officers tied up in the application with respect to the replacement for King Henry VIII School in Abergavenny, I propose to take that first, and then we'll take the rest of the applications in the order that they're published. So if I can, are you taking this? Phil's doing it. Phil, if you'd like to kick off. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen now. Thank you. So this is the application for the redevelopment of the King Henry VIII Comprehensive School. It's to form a 3 to 19 age group school, incorporating Flying Start, nursery, lower school, upper school and sixth form educational provision, as well as all the recreational and associated facilities that you would expect with a school of this scale and nature. Oh, sorry, can you hear better now? Yeah. The application relates to a 10.8 hectare site, approximately 500 metres north of Abergavenny town centre. It's occupied by the existing school, comprehensive school, the leisure centre and playing fields and public open space associated with both uses. A bungalow, which is marked 3 on that slide that you can see there, formerly the caretaker's bungalow associated with the school, is located to the east of the site, is now used by social services as a children's contact centre. And the existing leisure centre does not form part of the proposed works and will need to be accommodated within the designs of the new master plan for the site. So that's a picture of the existing school to give you a flavour of what it's like. The existing school buildings are positioned within the northeastern part of the site, with the playing fields occupying the western and southern parts of the site. I'll just run through those existing shots. That's looking from the west, from Pen y Pound towards the school site. And then that's looking from a slightly higher viewpoint from the north of Pen y Pound. And then I get a similar slide. And that's looking from the other direction from Old Hereford Road to the east, looking at the main access into the school site and the leisure centre. And that's a slide showing existing buildings and character in the area. Yeah, so if I leave it on that for the moment. So, yeah, so as said, the school site occupies mainly the northeastern part of the site, together with the leisure centre, with playing fields and parking and other associated uses to the west and south of the site. The site currently has 2 vehicular access points. It can be accessed to the east from Old Hereford Road, as we saw yesterday at the site visit, or from the west by Pen y Pound Road. At present, the site operates by means of a one-way system for general traffic, entering the site from Old Hereford Road and exiting through the site via Pen y Pound, and a 2-way system for school buses. The existing school will need to remain open and functional during the construction of the new school, and this will therefore influence the location and design of the new school. The existing energy centre is to be retained on site, but will be relocated in a new plant room. The site slopes from north to south with a fall of approximately 15 to 20 metres. So I'll just run through some more of these slides. That shows the existing site layout. You can see the leisure centre edged in blue, the school buildings in red. A similar shot that shows a proposed demolition, so it shows all the existing school buildings and the old caretaker's building to be demolished. Obviously the leisure centre is to remain. and that's the new master plan. So I'll pause there a moment. There are a number of existing tree groups within the site that will be retained and protected as part of the new development, together with a single mature oak tree, which we saw yesterday. In fact, that's marked here. Can you see my cursor? It's in that orange part just to the north of where that main block, new block will be of the upper school. There's also an existing stream, partly culverted, which runs north to south through the site. And this culverted part of the stream will need to be redirected as part of the new proposals. But the open element of the stream to the south in that area here, to the south, the eastern part of the playing fields there, that will remain as an open stream. The site does not contain any public rights-of-way and is outside the Abergavenny Conservation Area. It's also not included in any floodplain. It's, however, within the phosphorus-sensitive catchment area of the River Special Area of Conservation, also known as a SAC. It's proposed to demolish the existing school buildings and erect the new 1,900 pupil school for ages 3 to 19, including sports and recreation facilities. The proposed new school comprises 2 separate buildings, the 3-storey lower school for pupils up to year 4, which is that lower purple block there, and the 3-storey upper school for pupils from years 5 to 13. Both schools will sit within a single secure perimeter and will share common entrances into the secure site, as well as sports pitches, but will benefit from their own distinct external recreation spaces. It's intended to be built whilst the existing school is operational, and the proposed new school buildings and facilities are located on the site such as to avoid conflict with the existing school, as you can see from the layout there. The proposal is to improve education facilities within the community of Abergavenny as part of the 21st Century School Project, a long-term investment programme supported by the Welsh Government. Therefore, the principle of the proposal that would enhance and improve an existing school facility is fully supported under national planning policy in Planning Policy Wales 11 and local policy via Policy S5 of the Adopted Local Development Plan, or LDP, which supports developments that enhance community facilities and contribute to the resilience of communities and health, well-being and amenity of local populations. Part of the site is located within an area of amenity importance, as defined under policy DES2 of the LDP. Visually, the area will remain largely open, as I'll go back to that slide to show you. It will remain largely open, with the proposed sports pitches retaining this character. Whilst the school building moves more centrally within the site, it does not occupy the core of the amenity area. The proposed buildings, which are of similar height to the existing, also generally sit lower down the slope than the existing buildings. Landscaping in the northwest corner of the site will be retained and enhanced where appropriate. The proposal is not considered to have a detrimental impact towards the relationship of the area of amenity importance to adjacent or linked areas of green infrastructure. And this is because principally the area is retained as sports pitches and the relationship with the adjoining amenity area to the south is relatively unchanged. In addition, there is an overall loss of informal space for pupils to use, but there is an increase in formal sports pitch provision through the development of the 3G pitches, grass pitches and multi-use games area. The proposal will provide a higher quality facility than the existing arrangement, which provides mainly grass pitches. The 3G pitches are more versatile than grass pitches, being less liable to waterlogging that would prevent their regular use. The minor loss in informal open space is therefore considered to be justified by providing overall better quality facilities than the existing, and thus there would be no conflict with LDP policy CRF3. The existing site is currently relatively run down in appearance and includes some poor quality structures which have a broadly negative influence on the surrounding landscape. The demolition of these buildings is therefore accepted. So that's the floor plan, the ground floor plan. I'll move on to the elevations in a moment. the first floor plan, the upper school above, lower school below, and then that's the roof plan. So there are opportunities for use of the roof spaces on the lower school owing to the fall in the site. That's some sections through, so you can particularly see the three lower sections show how the site slopes from north to south, and the opportunity that gives, particularly in the second section there, to provide some tiered sections for the lower school and provide outdoor areas on the upper spaces. Those are the elevations of the school. So that shows the lower school in the foreground and the upper school behind. That's a view from the north, which will obviously just show the upper school because the lower school is behind it. And then those are west and east elevations through the slope in the site and show the relative fall in levels across the site. That's the lower school elevations. You can see that there's spaces for external use on the upper floors using the tiered effect. And that's retained and removed trees. So just to go back to the design of the buildings, the new lower school would sit lower in the site and be cut into an existing embankment, and the upper school would sit at a slightly higher level further to the north. This creates a cascading effect as the building forms step down the site from north to south. The stepping has created opportunities, as I've said, for roof terraces in the lower school for secure external learning and play spaces. The new main school entrance is located towards the east of the buildings, designed to create a welcoming environment with views between the two buildings and through the site and the main school environment. So I can show you a slide actually that demonstrates that. It's actually further on in the presentation. So this is the main thoroughfare between the two buildings, and then that shows the entrances, one on the left to the lower school and one on the right to the upper school. So that's the main sort of thoroughfare that the students will navigate through to get access to the lower and upper school. So the canopy that we saw there provides shelter as well as a sense of arrival, and lighting in the softer this will illuminate the area outside of daylight hours and provide a clear signal that that is the entrance. A central street that we saw will link the main entrance to the east of the site with the entrance to the west, so that's running through here between the two buildings. This street will be primarily pedestrian. This will be the primary, pedestrian thoroughfare through the site, as well as providing spaces for external learning and play associated with the lower school, and recreation and external dining associated with the upper school. A limited palette of materials for external walls is proposed as part of this application. The materials are intended to be employed on both the upper and lower schools to ensure a cohesive design, including buff brick, soft red brick, dark grey aluminium cladding, and mid or dark grey window frames. The design of the proposed new building, although necessarily functional in appearance, will be a vast improvement on the existing school, which has grown sporadically over time and does not have an obvious main entrance or legible layout, a characteristic that has now been addressed in the design of the new school. The use of a single palette of materials across the site and setting the building into the natural ground level will result in a form of development that will sit well within the wider landscape and would not adversely impact the character and appearance of the wider area. As such, a proposed development is considered to meet the requirements of LDP policy DES1, which relates to good design. The proposals include the creation of areas of open space across the site, including hard and soft, informal, social and play areas. There's a large multi-use games area, which is to the north. Sorry if I get the layout better, you can better see. So there's a multi-use games area in here, hockey pitch here, various sports pitches to the southwest as well. And there's also opportunities for play in and immediately around the school buildings. So they, in addition, the proposals include a comprehensive landscaping scheme, including retention of green infrastructure and lots of additional tree planting and biodiversity enhancement, and the implementation of a sustainable compliant drainage strategy. Where trees are affected, appropriate mitigation measures will be incorporated and will be included in the landscape ecology green infrastructure management plan. Of note was that veteran oak tree labelled T1 in the tree survey, which we saw yesterday. Sits in the car park in grand isolation. It's actually there. Can you see my cursor? It's actually sitting there in that little circle there on the plan there. Tree is of high biodiversity and immunity value, and it was therefore considered to be important that this tree was retained as part of the scheme. The oak tree is currently located within a tarmac car park area. It's on a sort of island, isn't it, on a raised mound with surrounding curbstones at 3 meters radius around the tree. Located within this mound is compacted soil with areas of exposed roots, some of which have a damaged surface from footfall. A tree protection plan has been provided to illustrate the proposed development design around the tree and methods required to ensure the protection of the tree during construction work. And there's an opportunity within the construction of the design to improve this rooting area. The proposed design offers an area of 720 square metres where existing tarmac can be removed and underlying ground conditions be improved for the benefit of the future health of the tree. The construction of the proposed courtyard will then be created using a no-dig cellular confinement system with a permeable surface finish. This approach will provide a betterment to the rooting environment around this tree and likely ensure that it can be successfully and safely incorporated into the design. It is also worth noting It's also worth noting that the radar surveys in the vicinity of the tree have verified the likelihood of reduced roots to the east, where the greatest proposed encroachment into the root protection area occurs. This most likely occurred during the installation of an existing drain, which is to be abandoned as part of this project. And a proposed retaining wall is placed where it is to maintain fire tender access to meet the building regulations. However, to reduce any impact on the tree, proposed services would be situated outside the 15-metre radius root protection area. The proposed design retains the veteran oak in the overall scheme, and the construction method statement, to be conditioned, would seek to ensure that the development process does not have any adverse impact on this veteran tree. So overall, the proposed development seeks to enhance green infrastructure, or GI assets, within the site by protecting and preserving as many of the trees as possible, and the planting of 263 native trees, 220 linear metres of native hedgerow, the provision of sustainable drainage with appropriately seeded swales, allowing establishment of a diverse flora, as well as a seeding of over 6,000 square metres of wildflower grass, and implementation of a low-intensity cutting regime where disturbance footfall will be lowest. So from a GI perspective, subject to compliance with the aforementioned plans and reports, the proposed redevelopment of the school and all associated works will not have a significant effect on the character and appearance of the wider valued landscape, historic park, or its setting, or the provisions of Planning Policy Wales 1 and Policy S13, GI 1, NE 1, and LC5 the LDP are complied with. In terms of energy efficiency, the proposed 3 to 19 school has been designed as a net zero carbon operational energy school. So all energy used during the operation of the building will be offset by on-site renewable energy technologies such as PV arrays and air source heat pumps. To achieve this in practice, there is a focus on reducing energy demand associated with space heating through enhanced building fabric performance, an optimization of glazing design, and orientation, which has been incorporated into the design of the proposed new school. The net zero carbon development will be a significant enhancement on the sustainability of the existing structures and meets the requirements of both national and local policy. In terms of the relationship of the new buildings and changes to the external play space with neighbouring dwellings, these would not harm local residential amenity given the distances involved, and the layout of the site is considered to be compliant with the national policy and LDP policies DES 1 and EP 1. Going back forward to the, let's go back to the layout plan. There we go. So the proposed site will benefit from dual entrances, to the east from Hereford Road and to the west from Pen y Pound Road. Both site entrances will accommodate vehicular and pedestrian access and egress. The old Hereford Road entrance will also provide vehicular and pedestrian access and egress to the retained leisure centre. The new site arrangement will no longer provide a route through the school linking Old Hereford and Pen y Pound Roads, creating less conflict between users. A new cycle and pedestrian route is being created along the southern boundary. So there. Outside the secure fence line of the school, which will link Old Hereford Road and Pen y Pound Road for all users. In terms of active travel, the proposal incorporates an east-west active travel shared use footpath along the southern boundary of the site, as said. This provides essential connectivity. This route needs to be provided prior to the existing route through the school being closed to facilitate the development, and needs to remain open for use throughout the development to ensure students can access the school buildings at each stage of the construction programme. The route provides a valuable east-west link for the wider community and is referenced as a priority route in the active travel network maps. A consultant is working on different options for improved school access for pedestrians and cyclists using Pen y Pound. This will be delivered alongside the school redevelopment, but falls outside the scope of the planning application. It's outside the red edge. Members, however, can be reassured that improvements are proposed. It's noted that the Council's Highway Authority agrees with the conclusions of the traffic assessments provided, and following the proposed improvements to both entrances, both east and west, there is no reason to refuse the application on highway safety grounds. A construction traffic management plan has also been agreed to seek to avoid conflict involving road users, pedestrians, and to address the amenity of local residents during the construction period. Compliance with this is recommended to be conditioned on the report there. In terms of parking, this is to be provided adjacent to both of the site entrances and kept at the periphery of the site, so outside the external fence. Parking off Hereford Road would provide access for the leisure centre users and 2 drop-off points for parents' cars, one for the lower and one for the upper school. The Pen y Pound access would serve staff parking, so that's the area over in this corner here. Staff parking and the bus drop-off and pick-up areas. These areas are outside of the secure fence line of the school, as said, and include for bus drop-off and domestic vehicle drop-off, each west and east. But bus drop-off on the west only. Cycle parking is accessed from the entrances, but is located within the secure perimeter of the site, cycle parking. Any proposed development within the special area of conservation river catchment that might increase the amount of phosphate within the catchment could lead to additional damaging effects to the site special area of conservation features for the river Usk, and therefore such proposals must be screened through a habitats regulation assessment to determine whether they are likely to have a significant effect on the condition of the SAG. The application has been screened in accordance with NRW's draft interim advice for planning applications, that's version 3, within the river SAC catchments, and it was issued in April 2022. This version is not strictly yet adopted by National Resources Wales at this point. However, NRW have outlined that their correspondence, within their correspondence of the 19th of May, then they outline the following. We consider that if a development can be shown to serve a local population that has already been accounted for in terms of wastewater discharge within a SAC catchment, then it is reasonable to conclude there is unlikely to be additional nutrient discharges from the development site. So the local planning authority considered that this development is unlikely to increase phosphate inputs as it falls within the criterion in the advice relating to developments intended to provide services or facilities for a local population already served by residential connections to existing public or private sewers. And that would include community buildings and schools. In addition, the school development will include significantly more efficient foul appliances. There will be a betterment on the existing arrangement. The proposed development would not have an unacceptable impact on the level of phosphate within the river special area of conservation, and its impact is screened out in accordance with NRW's draft guidance and as outlined within their correspondence of the 19th of May. To conclude, the proposed demolition of the existing school buildings and the provision of a new 3 to 19 age group school at the site is considered to meet the requirements of both national and local planning policy and would substantially improve the design quality of buildings on site and would create a high quality sense of place. The development will not harm local residential or visual amenity or adversely affect highway safety or the quality of the River Usksack, and therefore we would recommend approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil, and as usual, a very comprehensive run-through of the scheme. We did go there yesterday, as you know, most of us, and had a very good presentation. I think we covered an awful lot of bases with quite a lot of very pertinent questions asked by members at that meeting. We'll just go through a few more representations, and then I'll ask members to ask any technical questions that they might have of the officers before we have a more general conversation. But Martin Grocott is the local member. Yeah, he's not here. Have we got any other? I know Maureen's Abergavenny member. Any other Abergavenny members who want to say something just before I move on?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say that following our comprehensive visit yesterday, I think it's been made very clear what a wonderful addition to Abergavenny this school is going to be. And I think it's been long coming. The school building itself has been in dire states, and we really do need a new school. And the plans of it, I think, are excellent. And I just want to compliment all the people that have been working on it, because they've been working on it for a very long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have some representations. Patrick Hannay of Abergavenny, the chair of the Abergavenny Transition Town, has made a written statement, which, Andrew, I believe you're going to read out.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is a statement from Patrick Hannay, chair of Abergavenny Transition Town. So I'll just read it verbatim. So I am Patrick Hannay, chair of Abergavenny Transition Town. Should the committee elect to approve this project today, we would ask for the following firm conditions to be added to this approval. Number 1, active travel issues. While some adjustments have been made to the original proposals for pedestrian, cyclist and vehicular movement at the eastern entrance, as requested by various stakeholders, similar required and necessary adjustments have not been made at the western approach. Equally, improvements to active travel routes approaching the site from both east and west have not been taken on board as part of this once-in-a-lifetime project. Conditions could be imposed to ensure these improvements are enacted if the proposed initial 30% increase in pupil cycling targets are to be taken seriously. 2, zero carbon energy performance. While there is an outlined commitment to monitoring energy performance of the new building in the McCann Strategy Energy Statement, we would suggest a formal condition should be imposed so that any non-meeting of carbon targets should be corrected and adjusted by the contractor and the consultants at their cost. It needs saying that material made available to the public to explain how the energy systems would work in the building are very opaque. We hope someone in MCC has fully vetted all the proposals so that they meet best practice in meeting the climate emergency MCC has signed up to. 3. Safeguarding. Several stakeholders have raised serious safeguarding issues in their informal submissions to this process. They have been inadequately answered. We suggest a condition should be to monitor and record all safeguarding incidents involving pupils in the lower school should be backed up by a commitment of sufficient resources to physically correct these inadequacies, should they occur, as we expect they will. Number 4, stakeholder consultation process. The Council and its officers in both planning and education will be aware of the considerable disquiet expressed in many public quarters about the conduct of public consultation on this project at every formal stage. We would ask for a very thorough review within the next 12 months to be held on lessons to be learnt and then implemented for any future project of this scale and public importance. We would also ask that, as the Council has no independent client-side architectural advice, that such scale of projects are, as a matter of course, submitted to the Design Commission for Wales Design Review Panel to plug that very serious gap in project monitoring. Thank you, Patrick Hannay.
Thank you for that, Andrew. I know that in the next statement, a lot of those points have been raised, but I'll probably ask Phil if you'd like to come in after that and just take some of those initial points. I certainly don't agree, I have to say, with the safeguarding aspect. That would be a matter of course, and I know a lot of the points raised there would be dealt with normal procedures, so we will have a look at that. I see Anne Webber's got a hand up, but before I bring you in, Anne, can we have the second part of the response, and then I'll bring you in. Amy?
Thank you very much. This is a statement written by Pete Sully from Asbury Planning on behalf of the applicant. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. As set out in the committee report, the site lies within the settlement boundary of Abergavenny on the site of the existing school and its associated car park and playing fields. The site therefore comprises of brownfield land. The scheme involves the co-location of the King Henry School and Dairy View Primary School on one site. The existing King Henry School buildings were built in the 1960s, 70s, and now tired and not fit for modern educational needs. The scheme will enable the existing Ysgol Gymraeg Ifenny School, which has outgrown its current site, to relocate to the Dairy View Primary School buildings and site, thus assisting the continuation and growth of the Welsh language primary school education provision in the north of Monmouthshire. Extensive public engagement with stakeholders has been undertaken, far in excess of the minimum statutory requirements. This has included engagement by Monmouthshire County Council for a 6-week period in May and June 2020, which involved pupils, staff, governors, parents, and the wider community, and the scheme was designed and informed by the responses. 3 public exhibitions were held in November 2021, which invited over 600 addresses and stakeholders, including those consulted by the Council in 2020. And again, the scheme was revised to take into account the comments received as appropriate. The statutory pack process was subsequently undertaken, again inviting over 600 addressees and stakeholders, significantly more than the statutory minimum, and the scheme was again reviewed accordingly. Extensive pre-application discussions have been held with officers throughout the pre-application process, and again comments received and informed the design. Further revised plans were submitted as part of the planning application in response to the consultee comments received as part of the planning application. The application preparation has therefore been subject to and informed by significant engagement with stakeholders for a prolonged period of time, and significantly more than the statutory requirements. The siting and the design of the proposed buildings have been informed by the landscape setting within which the site sits, utilising the existing topography, maintaining as far as practicable the existing pitches for school use, minimising any visual impact and minimising the need for spoil removal, engineering operations and retaining structures to reduce the impact on climate and avoid disruption to the wider community during the build phase. The scheme proposes multiple clear and legible entrances to each school, served by clearly defined pedestrian cycle routes. The ability to drive east-west through the whole site has now been removed, creating a much safer environment for all users. An active travel route west across the site has been included to aid pedestrian cycle movement, and this is located to the south of the site. 2 token-controlled crossings are proposed on Old Hereford Road, which further aid and encourage pedestrian and cycle access. A number of off-site active travel measures included on Pen y Pound and Old Hereford Road are required to be undertaken by the Council under the Active Travel Wales Act, which will further enhance pedestrian and cycle connectivity, and the application is accompanied by a travel plan which will promote and seek a model shift away from journeys by the private car. The new school building is designed as a net zero carbon operational energy school, which involves all energy used during the operation of the building being offset by on-site renewable technology, achieved using photovoltaic solar panels. Electric charging infrastructure is being introduced to the site to encourage sustainable travel further in the community. Monitoring of net zero carbon to see whether targets are being met is a condition of Welsh Government funding, so any degradation of equipment or failings in meeting these targets will need to be rectified. The design has adopted a fabric-first approach. The building follows key design traits to maximise passive performance, and the scheme is below benchmark targets for schools and is on course to pick up an exemplar BREEAM credits for energy. The scheme is providing over 280 new trees, circa 800 linear metres of hedgerow, substantial areas of grassland mix, and nearly 1,300 new native mix transplants and whip planting. All of these matters assist in Monmouthshire County Council's role in seeking to tackle the climate emergency. As set out in the committee report, there are no objections in relation to trees, placemaking, green infrastructure, landscape, ecology, drainage, design, flood risk, heritage, residential amenity, highways or noise from within the council or external technical consultees. And this scheme will enhance the area and provide the best education for young people in Abergavenny for many years to come. Members are therefore respectfully requested to approve the application in line with the officer's recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy. Phil, did you want to come in on any points on there before I ask members if they got any questions for you?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, so in terms of some of the points raised there, in terms of active travel, something I did try and cover in my presentation. So where active travel can be facilitated on site, it is being done so. But some of that work then will go, well, as you can imagine, the school is just a part of a community, and then all the streets and approach roads are outside the site. So that's actively being worked on now, including the reference to the Pen y Pound element, which Mr. Hannay referred to. So there's the east-west link through the site that's been provided already as part of the scheme. Outside the site, then, we have a consultant working with the council on different options for improved school access for pedestrians and cyclists using Pen y Pound, as well as other adjoining routes. And this will be delivered alongside the school redevelopment, but it does fall outside the scope of the planning application. So it's not something that we can insist on today as part of this proposal, but being joined up as an authority, that will obviously be secured through collective efforts and will within the authority, and that members can be reassured those improvements will be delivered. And in terms of engagement, extensive consultation was carried out both through the PAC process and through direct dialogue with the community and the pupils and parents. So I think it's been a sort of very comprehensive effort from the applicants and their consultants in terms of engaging with the community. So I don't think it's particularly fair in terms of the criticism on that element. On the net zero comments, the County Council have highlighted a requirement for the school to have a net zero carbon operational energy status. That's in line with the Welsh Government's strategy for public buildings, and the school offers a host of proposals, not just in the building fabric, but via PVs, air source heat pumps, etc., that are shown on the plans, and the plans will be conditioned to be implemented. So we can secure those improvements through the approved plans, and also through the building regulations, which obviously this will need, which will look at the fabric of the building. So we're quite happy with the zero carbon energy situation there. The safeguarding isn't a planning matter, so that wouldn't be a matter for us to consider today. So I hope that's answered those queries. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Phil. So questions for officers now before we have a general discussion. Jill?
Hi. Excuse me. I just wanted to repeat the conversations we had yesterday about the heights of the barriers, of the balconies, that they are in line with learning from the Caldecott situation, and also the feelings of ourselves looking at that active travel area along the south. It feels very enclosed and could be, as you said, safeguarding is not part of this, but an issue would feel it's quite an enclosed area for people walking to school or even to the leisure centre. But that's been noted, isn't it?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Craig or Phil, do you want to come in? I believe the barriers, Kath, do you say 1.4 metres? Yeah. Which is going to be plenty big enough to stop people climbing over, I would hope. Do you want to come in?
Just on the active travel element, that route, the east to west route, will be 3 metres wide and be CCTV'd and well lit as well. So it will have that feeling of openness. I know there was some discussion on site yesterday about softening that with hedge or some sort of soft landscaping. I'm sure the applicant would be happy to look into that if that is something that members would want to see there. In terms of safeguarding, that hedge would be quite low rather than high, again, to stop the enclosure and to allow people to be seen as they move through the school site, obviously for safeguarding purposes. But yeah, in terms of softening that edge, the applicant would be willing to do that if that's something the members want to explore.
And you also said, Phil's just said that there's investigation into making a better route through anyway, negotiations with the consultant.
Yeah, so there's the consultant working on behalf of the council at the moment to bring through better active travel links to the school. So as part of the planning application, we can deal with everything which is in the red line of the planning application. So we've got that east to west link across the whole of the school site. The council externally then, outside of this application, is looking at better ways to improve access via Pen y Pound and Old Hereford Road and improve those active travel links. So that is not before members today, but as is outlined in the report, and to reassure members, that is being looked at looking at ways to improve it, and it builds into the travel report and the BREEAM standard plan that has been poured about promoting active travel, ensuring that we look to promote walking, pedestrian links, and also cycling links as well. So really trying to get the sustainability of the school better.
Okay, thanks for that, Craig. Jan, Councillor Butler.
I know this isn't part of the application, but it's about the safeguarding. I was lucky enough to go back again to the school yesterday evening and able to speak to the senior management team. And they are very happy with safeguarding, because safeguarding has always been an issue on the site, with the leisure centre being there and the car park around it. So the new proposal, they are very happy, and they've had the opportunity to share best practice with a number of other schools. And they feel, you know, it's excellent, basically. So I hope that reassures people.
No. Yes, online.
The microphone was turned off. Chair, if you'd like to repeat it into the microphone.
Yeah, I thought I put it on. Okay. Councillor Emma Bryn. No.
She's on mute.
Yeah, you are on mute, I think, Emma. You're looking as if you're on mute from here, anyway.
she's unable to put off mute.
Yeah. Okay, Emma, try and get off mute. I'm going to move on, and hopefully you can come back in a minute. In which case, Ben.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to Phil as well for the presentation. I thought it was really good. I did have a question about the height of the fences around the sports pitches at the bottom, just in relation to if you look across the hedgerows as you would at the moment from Pen a Pound, you know, are they going? How tall are they going to be? You're going to see a sea of fences. I'm aware that you'll need to keep, you know, footballs and tennis balls and stuff inside those grounds, but I just I wondered about the visual aspect looking east from Pen a Pound of that.
Yeah, if it's standard fencing around a sports pitch, it's going to need to be at least 4 metres high, isn't it? It's going to for a region of 4 to 6 metres high, but they are, you know, transparent in a sense, so you'll be able to see through them. There won't be opaque fences. There'll be mesh fences. So, but obviously, from a practical point of view, to keep the balls in the court, as it were, on the pitch, they need to be of a certain height. But they will be, you know, translucent, transparent, whatever the term you want to use.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'd certainly appreciate if there's more detail available at some point on the proposed fencing. It would be good to see that. I know that's probably a detail that we can take later on. And I suppose the other thing to say would be, we've already discussed it, but the importance of getting the active travel routes in on Pen a Pound and on Hereford Road, and preferably in time that when the active travel route is put in early on in the programme, in terms of to facilitate the beginning of construction as you cut the east-west route off, the existing east-west route, that we can use that to try and encourage behaviour from an early, you know, an early point in the programme. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Emma, try logging off and logging back on. That might work. Give it a go. Oh, yes, you just put a message. Shall I read it out? I wanted to reiterate the importance of robust active travel access, giving priority to those on bike and on foot, and also targets to ensure that traffic is reduced with the new school. Priority still seems to be for access for personal vehicles with large footprint given over to them. Does any officer want to comment on that? Anybody at the back necessarily?
Thank you, Councillor Bryn. Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying with regards there is a lot of the hard landscaping put over towards parking and to other private motor vehicles. I think there is a real acknowledgement in this planning application, though, to push the active travel agenda with the active travel link through the east to west side. And as we've already said, the council is looking to improve those access points on Pen a Pound and Old Hereford Roads. I think if members have had the time to read the travel plan, again, there's a real engagement with changing people's culture in terms of the staff, in terms of the pupils, in terms of being able to walk and access this site slightly different. So we do have to provide a certain level of parking in line with our parking guidance. So from a highways perspective, we have provided those parking spaces and they are available, but we are actively trying to get people to car share, or the applicant will be trying to get people to car share, and that is outlined within the travel plan. So there's a real sense of changing the culture in terms of how people travel to that school and to make it the most sustainable that we possibly can. And that is in line with Welsh Government in terms of their planning policy Wales and the transport hierarchy to ensure that we do improve transportation. So I think with the travel plan, looking to improve sustainability, with the active travel route going through the site and the council seeking a consultant to look at the improvements around the area, we are putting all that infrastructure in the long term to enable people to do it and to use those facilities. So I think there's this balance, and we do have to remember in certain circumstances we are a rural county and some people do travel from the more rural areas, so that private motor vehicle, we still have to accommodate that to a certain degree. But I think this application certainly does both and is certainly pushing that sustainability agenda.
Tony?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think this active travel is an important issue that needs resolving properly. I take it back to when we built Caldicot School from the ground up. We thought we had all the pieces in place, and without realising that the doctor's surgery put a fence up, we would change the direction of children leaving school. So now we're in a situation there where we need a pedestrian crossing where we didn't think we needed one at the time. So I think the active travel plan is important that we pass that forward and make sure we get it right. The other question is about, I've read the report, it's a very comprehensive report, but one thing hit me in the face from Phil was aluminium cladding. I didn't see that in the report. It must be there, I must have missed it. Could Phil explain, is this aluminium cladding, is it similar to the Grenfell Tower stuff, or is it something better than that? And what's it there for?
Do you want to, Phil, can you come in on that, or do you want a minute? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the palette is buff brick, soft red brick, dark grey aluminium cladding, and mid or dark grey window frames. Yeah, it can look very attractive, the aluminium cladding. You see it on host of modern buildings. It is a modern building. It's contemporary. It's of a scale and mass that probably demands different treatments, surface treatments on the walls. So I think given the colour palette of greys and buffs and sort of soft reds, then it's not a bad choice, really. Should we have a quick look at the slides again? You can see the sort of general representation of them then. Bear with me.
Questions, are they fireproof?
Yeah, Craig wants to come in while you're looking at that, Phil.
Yeah, you can bet they will be.
In terms of the cladding, it's a composite cladding to enhance the fabric, to work with the net zero carbon, to ensure that building is firm, to help with the firmability of and the energy efficiency of the building. That's why it's being used. Appreciate the reference to the Grenfell tragedy in London, and obviously there are higher standards now in place with regards to cladding elements, and we'll certainly be working towards those within the building regulations. So the council will be seeking to ensure that it is safe and safeguarded against those issues.
The only thing, Craig, is that a 3-storey building doesn't need the same safety requirements that a 5, 6, 7-storey building requires. Is this cladding safe generally, but it would be on a 6 or 7 floor height building, for example?
Well, it'll certainly be within building regulations in terms of what the standards are in Wales, and the council will have to adhere to those as an applicant.
Well, they've refurbished flats in Caldicot, which are 3-storey high, and they're within the building recommendations. I'm not saying they're not safe or anything like that, but they've got to make sure that whatever we put up is ultra safe, put it that way.
Noted.
People have asked to speak on the matters for officers. Does anybody want to make any general comment now before I go to a vote? No? Right. Well, the recommendation from officers is that we approve the application. Richard, are you going to put the vote in, or are we going to take it on the show of hands?
You're going to move her in a second.
I'll be looking for that now, but are you going to? Right, okay. Right, so can I have a proposer now for Jan Butler and a seconder, Maureen Denzil?
Sorry, Chair, I believe Councillor Bryn is still trying to log back on, so could we give her a couple of minutes maybe to be able to get back in and take part in that vote, because she was present for the vast majority of that discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we'll need her to log back on for the vote, won't we? So bear with us, people watching in from home. We've just got a slight technical difficulty which we need to overcome before we take the vote. Yes, Jane.
Just while we're waiting for Councillor Bryn to come on board, I've just maybe asked I can make a few sort of comments. I welcome this application because I feel that a new school is desperately now needed within Abergavenny because the existing one is no longer fit for purpose. I think we've obviously learnt lessons within Monmouthshire from the 2 previous schools that have been built within Monmouth and also at Caldicot. I think lessons have also been learnt with regards to COVID, and this application supports outdoor learning areas, and also the Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2 classrooms also have access via a door to the outdoors. I was further pleased to see, obviously, about the sustainable aspect of the school and things such as solar panels, electric vehicle charging points, active travel, etc., forming part of the application. I understand that the applications for the capacity is for 1,800 pupils, in which case, if further developments do happen with Abergavenny, that the capacity is there to provide for that. I was pleased to also see yesterday during our visit that a working kitchen is actually on site, particularly with the introduction of free school meals for pupils within the primary section of the school. I was also pleased to learn, as I'm sure that parents and carers will, of pupils within the school, that there will be minimal disruption to the learning of pupils and to the staff as well. As previously mentioned, I would like to, sort of reiterate the height of the banisters, and lessons should be learned from the incident that has happened previously in a Monmouthshire school. And also, just one other point is that governors of the school may wish to consider, when the time comes, actually providing staggered start and finish times just to alleviate any traffic from around the site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, and welcome back, Emma. I see you managed to make the connection again. Can you unmute now? I mean, it doesn't matter, it was just out of interest.
Yes,
hey.
No, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Richard, then, can we have the voting function up, please?
Good afternoon again, Chair. Just to introduce myself, I'm Denzel, the Solicitor for the Planning Committee. I'm able to announce that we've had 15 votes, all for approval, and so that a motion has passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Denzel, and thank you, everybody, for that. Before I move on to the next item, because we're going back to the agenda, can I invite the officers back to leave if they wish? You're more than welcome to stay, as you know, but I'm sure you've got something else to do. Before we get on with the rest of the agenda, I want to do a little bit more housekeeping, a bit more than housekeeping. I want to thank Ruth Edwards, the previous chair, for the absolutely amazing job that she did over a long, long time as chair of this committee. She really was a stalwart of the committee, and I thank her very much for everything that she did. Also to the other member of the delegated panel, Roger Harris, who again gave tremendous support to this committee. So I thank them both for that. While we're talking about the delegated panel, we have to have a delegated panel to deal with matters that go on between meetings. The panel is made up of myself as chair, Councillor Rook as deputy chair, and one opposition spokesman. Can I have anybody would like to propose? Yes, Faye?
I'd like to propose Councillor Anne Webb.
Can I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Tony. In that case, is there any other proposals for the delegated panel? No? Okay, well, welcome, Anne. We'll have our next meeting, first meeting next Wednesday. So
I bumped into Ruth yesterday. She sends her regards. Good luck, she said.
Well done, Tony. Okay, right. So we're going to go to the original agenda now. and deal with the application. It's DM 2019/00184. It's the proposed log pod and composting toilets on a stone base for tourism purposes, which I'm sure is going to be explained by officers. So, Phil, you're dealing with that one?
Right. Right, okay. What's happened to this? I don't say I've actually deleted everything else. Don't say that. Where's everything else?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, there it is. That's okay. That's fine. Sorry, for some reason I've shifted your one at the end up to the top, okay? So be wary of that, okay? So sorry about that, members. We've put the slides in slightly different order, I did anyway, so apologies. This is one that we had a little look at yesterday. It's a bit more grown up than that. That was obviously taken during winter or spring by the look of it. It's a site on the right. It's a long linear site, and there's one single dwelling called Old Park Cottage. So it's a site opposite Old Park Cottage, not part of that cottage itself, so land independently owned. And it's proposed to have a tourism glamping pod on that site. So just have a little look through the slides. That's the glamping pod that's been acquired by the owner of the site. They would like to place that there with a small composting toilet. There's already a little storage shed on there, which we saw, and use it for tourism purposes. That's the site. So we drove down the lane. It's near Park House, which is a hamlet, not far from Trellick. And that's the site edge red. You can see it's a very long linear site. It's one neighbour opposite an Old Park Cottage. And there would be an access, that area edge blue on the right-hand plan there. There'd be an off-road parking area and a small turning area with rolled stone to prevent mud going onto the highway. And the intention is to set the hedgerow back either side of that access to form a splay, vision splay, to ease access out onto the lane. So it would be set back 2.4 metres at the entrance and splayed off, and the hedge would be replanted behind the splay. So that's the pod. We saw a photo of it earlier. It's quite small. It's 2.8 metres high max by 4.85 metres. That's the little composting toilet, which is even smaller. It's supposed to process 90% of waste, and then the rest would soak away. Oh, sorry. So that's the last slide we've got. So I'll leave it at that. So, there was some debate yesterday about whether the hedgerow needed to be reduced or set back. That's in the gift of members. If they don't agree with that, it's up to them if they think that trimming back the hedgerow would be sufficient. The one thing that I did pick up in the report after we spoke yesterday was that the current hedgerow has been assessed as being not particularly native, species rich, which is why there was a desire to plant a new, more species rich hedge behind the splay. There's the rationale for that, but it's in the gift of members if they don't agree with that, would like to see the hedge retained and trimmed back to create better visibility, then that is an option, because the saving grace is that the lane is lightly trafficked. Traffic isn't moving particularly quickly. You can see where it's relatively narrow, especially to the south there, so people shouldn't be speeding very along. They should be going 30 miles per hour, probably less in that sort of situation. There's not a lot more to say, really. It is supported by our sustainable tourism policy, S11. It's very low-key. There are concerns from the neighbour about noise and amenity issues primarily, and some concerns about the access, but they have provided an off-road parking space. It's only going to attract very minimal traffic, because there's only at best 2 people can use it, so 1 car. And the amount of noise that would be generated and disturbance would be very small given the limited nature of the use. There's also no objection from environmental health in terms of the noise potential or odour element from any occasional whiffs that might come from the composting toilet. So we would recommend approval as it does accord with our Sustainable Tourism Policy S11. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. And I note that Tynton Community Council have got no objection to this, but Charlotte Community Council did. As local member, Jane, do you want to say anything on this one?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The application is within my ward in the Park House area, which sits in an area of outstanding natural beauty. I have heard from local residents how the land was left to Gwent Wildlife Trust and was sold off a few years later, and I understand that this has caused some upset with residents. Whilst I feel that this land has not been utilised for its intended purpose, the owner purchased it in good faith, and it is a civil matter rather than a planning matter. I would, however, wish for it to remain as wildlife friendly as possible, where there's little impact on the environment. The application is for one pod. I do not feel that it would be detrimental on the environment or add a significant amount of traffic to the highway. The entrance is on a straight piece of road, so it appears safe to enter and exit the site, as we saw yesterday during our visit. I do note that there are plans to remove 50 metres of the hedge, to which I have some reservations. However, for habitat purposes, and I do note that there is a replanting programme that would happen. I'm pleased to see condition 11, if this application is improved, whereby the hedge is kept high. This would be to a minimum of 2.4 metres, not just for habitat purposes, but also so the neighbouring property keeps its privacy. It will also ensure the pod is less visual from the highway. And whilst during our visit yesterday, it should be noted that we visited during the summer months and there's lots of leaves and foliage on the trees. During the winter time, when the leaves and foliage aren't there, the site will be more exposed, and this is therefore something to consider. So I'm pleased to see that that minimum hedge height of 2.4 metres is part of the condition. I do have concerns with how close the pod is to a neighbouring property with respect to noise pollution. However, I do acknowledge that the pod only sleeps 2 people, and therefore noise is likely to be kept at a minimum. Also, the type of tourists that I would envisage would use this facility are probably those who are likely to want to come to that part of Monmouthshire for peace and quiet and tranquility, rather than large gatherings and parties. However, it should be noted that the owners do not live on site, and therefore I would be interested to know how noise would be dealt with should there be tourists that occupy it who don't remain quiet, and how this would be policed. My main concern with it is regarding the wash facilities. I couldn't see on the application any sort of shower facilities, hand washing facilities, or facilities for water, for preparing food. It's obviously common practice in many places that if somebody wishes to go to such a destination as this, that they will wish to shower and wash their hands, etc., just as part of a basic need. I also note one of the conditions is that it shouldn't be occupied for longer than 28 days. However, if it was me personally, I would want to shower within that time, so I'd just be keen to learn and find out how that is to be dealt with. I wholeheartedly agree that tourism should be encouraged within Monmouthshire, and I give credit to the applicant for that. It is only one pod, and it is not likely to have a large impact on the area. I would, however, have reservations if the site would be expanded, although that would be an application for another day. I will obviously now keep an open mind for the rest of the discussion and take all views on board before making a decision to whether to approve or refuse. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. I know there was some discussion yesterday, as you mentioned, about the hedge. I just wondered if the visibility display envisaged needed to be that great. That's a sort of halfway house from leaving it as it is until going to the other extreme. Councillor Oakdale, you wanted to come in?
Thank you, Chair. On reading the paperwork associated with this, it was slightly confusing because some of the paperwork said that the applicant has applied for a change of use of the land to amenity land rather than tourism. So I'm slightly confused, Chair. Are we looking at this from a tourism side of things or as an extension to amenity space for the landowner? Thank you.
Thanks for that. Phil, do you want to come in?
Yes, I mean, yeah, it came in originally as an amenity plot, but we said that wouldn't comply with policy, so the scheme was changed to a glamping pod. So there will be a condition on there. There's a stay of no more than 28 days per calendar year, so the applicant can stay there, but there'll be a limitation on that. And I'm sure if it does get approved, I say if, then we would be help to monitor it by the neighbour, because if there's an abuse and it's just been used in an amenity plot, then we would know about it. The intention is very much that it's a glamping pod, and that would be then in line with our sustainable tourism policy S11.
Okay, thanks, Phil. And I'm sure if it was that bad, environmental health would get involved anyway. So that should be okay. Councillor Carrard, Ben.
Thanks, Chair. I think I'd like to kind of reiterate what's already been said about the hedge, whether or not it needs to be taken back. And I'd be interested to know, you mentioned, Phil, that it was said to be not particularly biodiverse, that hedge. I wonder, have you got any more information about that study, when it was carried out?
Sorry, Ben, Councillor Callard. It was. I'm just reading what's in the report, to be fair, and I understand that the hedge was inspected by an ecologist, and that's where the actual conclusion is that it's not that species rich. It's very limited. And I think there's some hazel in there, wasn't there, and sycamore. But you'd normally see a much more wider, diverse range of species like hawthorn, holly, etc. in those sort of hedges. Blackthorn, but nevertheless, if members are happy that it does provide some sort of corridor for wildlife as it is, then it's up to them as to whether they can decide, that that's the better option to keep it. It's within members' gift to do that.
Thanks, Phil. I suppose I would say when we were there yesterday, and I know it's it's early summer now, so everything's nature's at its fullest, but it did seem to be very healthy hazel hedge. And with respect to the privacy of the neighbours, to take that hedge down, replant a new hedge, there's going to be a few years before that new hedge is established, and also before it's thick enough or reaches this 2.4 metre height, which is desirable for the privacy of the site. So my preference would be to retain the hedge in its current line.
Councillor Powell, Maureen?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Looking back at what we're just talking about, the facilities, it's a composting toilet, so there's no water involved there. I assume that there is no water available anywhere on the site. So anybody coming to stay would have to bring their own container of water for washing their hands, and you want a lot of containers if you wanted to shower yourself have a cold shower somehow or other. So that's going to curtail the fact that you can have a shower there, isn't it? If there's no water there, you're going to have to bring your own water with you. Is that the case?
I don't think there is any water there, but if you were camping, unless you went onto a proper site, you probably wouldn't have any water anyway. But it would limit its appeal, I would imagine, at the very least. Jill, Councillor Bond.
So my question was similar to that. Excuse me, when Councillor McKenna said about showering facilities, and it's not necessarily having the water, but it's the waste of the water, isn't it? What happens to it if you bring your own water?
in washing hands and things like that? Brushing, well, you're not talking about large volumes, are you? You know, if you were camping in a field, you would just, yeah, you take your bottled water or the big jerry cans of water and use that. You might boil it up for washing up, and then it goes into the ground, doesn't it, really, on a part of the site. But we're not talking about large volumes in terms of 2 people doing some washing up or something like that, you know. One thing I would say is also the site could be used for camping for 28 days per calendar year without planning permission. So you kind of put it in that context. There's things that can be done with land without the need for permission that have broadly the same sort of impact. I appreciate this is for permanent use, but it just puts that in context.
Okay, thanks for that. Jan.
Yeah, sorry, just really, I'm going to agree really, because a glamping pod is really a sort of sophisticated tent. You know, it's not normal to have a water supply unless you're on a set-up site. You know, you're not going to have a supply of water. People who camp in glamping pods know that, and they, you know, they do what's just been outlined. You know, they take their supply of water and so on. So this it's not unusual. It's a pretty standard glamping pod.
Yeah, Emma, do you want to come in?
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to give my back in to support the retention of the hedge as is, with just a little bit of trimming, which is essentially just a tent in a field. It seems a bit over the top for me to remove that much hedge on such a quiet road. And also to add, when I've used soil toilets in the past, there's been some rainwater collection on the roof of the soil toilets to allow for some basic hand washing facilities at the side. I don't know if that's what the plan is in this case. They sometimes filter the water into a simple black bag, which then is heated by the sun, and you can get a warm shower with very small amount of water naturally collected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. That conjures up all sorts of the imagination, doesn't it? Nobody else has asked to speak, but Ben, were you making a proposal that we approve it, but subject to the not or partial removal of the hedge? How do you want to expand on where you were?
I'd like to propose that the hedge is kept and just trimmed back around the access gate. As it's been said, the road's not busy. I don't think it would be dangerous putting onto that road with the hedge as it was, especially if it was trimmed, you know. So yeah, I'd like to propose that that the hedge is retained.
Do we have a seconder for that, Jill?
Yes, second.
Okay. I keep pressing that. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. We've now got a proposal that we go for approval of the application, but subject to the removal of the plans for the hedge, and just recommend that it be trimmed back. Does anybody have any alternative proposal? You happy with that?
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to outline that obviously that's within members' gifts. Planning officers made the recommendation based on highway safety to comply with the highways officer's comments, but as members observed on site yesterday, it is a small road, it's a small lane, and I appreciate what members are saying with regards to the hedge. So yes, that's all within members' gift in terms of making that recommendation. What I would suggest is how we control and maintain the trimming of the hedge around the initial access point. So if it's appropriate, I would suggest that that's a certain height, a certain distance each way, so allow not as much as what is outlined in the plans. The hedge stays in the same location, but it's just trimmed to a certain level, so enable that we can maintain that moving forward. So I would suggest probably a 0.9 metres Phil, I'm looking at you, 5 metres each side maybe would probably be enough. 5 metres each side of the hedge be kept and maintained at 0.9, so it wouldn't be anywhere near as significant as where we are, but that would enable us to maintain that and ensure that the applicant is maintaining it at that height for highway safety purposes. So that's another suggestion for members to consider as a compromise.
I'll go back to you, Ben. Would you be happy with that?
That's reducing, so we're not having a 2.4 metre high hedge now, it's going to be 0.9, so about waist height.
But only over 10 metres rather than the 24 metres.
Okay, it's certainly preferable to taking the hedge out, I would say, and if it improves the safety of the access, then it's yeah, I think I'd support that.
As seconder, are you happy with that, Jim?
Yes, the only thing we noticed yesterday as well was the depth of it. So it needs to come back a bit, as in the extra grass and whatever that's grown on the outside of the hedge by the road needs cutting back a bit.
Yeah, you could easily get the visibility spray with the hedge as it is, as long as it's modified in the way that Craig's outlined.
Yeah.
Okay, Richard, do we go for a vote then?
What I was going to say is we could get the applicant to come up with a plan showing the trim back width of the hedge, and then we can say that the hedge is maintained at that sort of level. So you've got a working plan to deal with then, haven't you? Rather than it just put some dimensions on in a condition, really, because they could. Do
you want to refer that to the delegated panel then after we
could do it? Yeah,
that would do it.
As there's a plan involved now.
Yeah, so if everybody agrees, we approve it subject to a revised plan for the hedge as outlined, referred to the delegated panel for final sign-off. Okay? Okay.
Sorry, Chair, just to clarify then, the first motion I think needs to be withdrawn so that motion can then be put forward fresh, just so everyone's very clear on exactly what we're voting on now. Thank you.
Yeah, well, just to reiterate, is everybody clear exactly what we're voting for? The options are for approval and the hedge trimmed, or against approval and the hedge trimmed, or abstain. So we would be voted for approval and the hedge trimmed in this instance, but the understanding is that it be referred to the delegated panel for final sign-off. You happy with that, Denzel?
Yes, no, I've got no issues with that. It's more that I think the first motion needs to be formally withdrawn, and then somebody needs to propose and second the amended motion now, Chair. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, what are we going to do? Refuse the... Yeah, so Ben, do you want to withdraw your original?
I'll withdraw that motion then, and I'd like to propose one whereby a new design for the hedge layout is brought to the delegated panel.
Okay, now? Yeah.
Chair, do you want another vote to put into the chat? Yes.
I think, yeah, can we clear that one and start again?
If you just bear with me a second, Chair, while I do that.
Yeah,
sorry, member, just to be clear, ignore the voting in your chat bar at the moment. A new one's going to be put in, and then wait to vote until that second one's been put in. Thank you.
Just hang on a sec.
We did have 7 votes for that, mind.
Daily panel, can I put that in? You happy with that?
Yeah.
So the 7 votes could be rescinded, aren't they?
No, we're scrapping that and starting again.
People voting on it now.
Yeah, but that's just old ones going on.
Sorry, members, please, again, please don't vote in the panel in the chat bar at the moment. I can see new votes appearing. They won't be counted. There's now
okay, we've got it now. So
yeah, fresh panel. Please vote in this one. Thank you.
So for approval with Derry panel, if that's how you wish to vote. Okay. We've got 14 votes.
Thank you,
15 now.
Yeah, we've now had 15 responses. All are for approval for that motion, so that's passed now. Thank you, and apologies for the
thank you, everybody. We'll now move on to DM 2019-01867, which is 2 new detached dwellings at the land of the rear of Rosebrook, Watery Lane, Monmouth. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get there yesterday because of transport problems. Some of us have been to the site before, so we're quite familiar with it. And I believe we got plenty of pictures. So shall I leave that one to you, Phil?
Thank you, Chair. So this is a site called Rosebrook, and that's the property there you see off Watery Lane, which is a country lane really that comes out from the Rockfield Road area in a westerly direction on the edge of Monmouth. So it's a full application for 2 detached dwellings within the rear garden of that detached dwelling there, Rosebrook, which has got that access over the culverted stream there. The site already has outline planning permission for 2 large detached 2-storey dwellings that was approved in December 2017. There has been a recent full application, a DM 2018 reference for 3 dwellings that was refused and dismissed at appeal. That was deemed to be an overdevelopment of the site, and the dwellings would have been out of character and too squeezed in. So this current application has come in as a response to more align better with the outline planning approval, but it is a full application. It's not a reserve matters application because of the scale of development. It's actually smaller than it could be, so it wouldn't accord with the outline scale parameters. So if I just run through the pictures. So that's looking the other way. So it's sort of this was from the looking from the east towards Rosebrook. You can see the little retaining wall, the stream below. That's looking into the plot. Rosebrook's on its right, so you can see some nice mature trees there, and there's a newer modern housing estate at the back there. Again, that's looking not dissimilarly from the other picture that shows the full extent. It's a big plot. Very big garden. It's got lots of space either side and at the back of Rosebrook itself. That's looking back into the garden. This is the modern housing at the back. And then that's looking the other side. So Rosebrook's on your left this time. So it's the right-hand side of the plot as you're looking from the frontage. From the back of Rosebrook, see lots of space around. That's looking deep into the plot at the back, and at the side. And then that sort of puts it in context. That's looking right at the back of the plot, back towards Rosebrook, with Watery Lane behind Rosebrook. So that's the site there. So it's over on the left-hand side of the picture there. And you see there's sort of sporadic development along what was once a country lane. And some of which have been allowed on appeal in recent years, some not. That's Rosebrook, existing. Properties Bryn Gwyn to the north and Half Acre to the south. That's a survey drawing, shows some trees as well. And that's the layout plan. So it shows 2 detached dwellings, as many trees, particularly the mature trees, retained as possible. Rosebrook left with a similar, well, still a large curtilage. The left-hand property shares the access with Rosebrook on the left, and plot 2 then has its own new access on the right-hand side of the plot, near half acres. That's plot 1 elevations, so it's a double frontage. That's plot 2, so it only has 1 single gable. So they're similar but slightly different in elevational treatment. And those are the garages. And that's the drainage layout, because it's not sewered, this area, so they both need private treatment plants. And there's been a lot of debate and negotiation on where those private treatment plants can be located to meet building regs, etc. And then that's the landscaping, so trees to be retained and additional planting, particularly at the back. And there's some conifers down along the bottom of the boundary with half acres, and those are to be trimmed down to 4 metres in height, 4.5 metres. And that's the street scene. So I think we're coming to the end of the, and that's the visibility display. So yeah, so if I keep it at that one for the moment. So each plot would be 12 metres in width, 16 metres in depth, which includes the gable projection. It's not rectangular, as you saw there. It's got a wing at the back. And the beehive sites are 4.6 metres with ridge height of 7.5 metres. Because of the slightly shifting site land contours, the plots would be slightly lower, as you see on that street scene, than the host property Rosebrook. So external materials would be blue-black natural slates and ridge tiles, and colour-coated aluminium fenestration in dark grey, and the front walls would be finished with random coarse stonework and clay-facing brickwork, with the side and rear elevations being a mixture of natural render and facing brickwork. The double garages would serve each dwelling, as we saw in the slides. Just have a look where they go. That's, yeah, so that one will be located here for plot 1 and that one for plot 2. The application is within the development boundary as identified in the LDP, and therefore the principle of residential new build is acceptable, subject to detailed considerations. And as said, it's noteworthy that there's been a previous outline planning permission for 2 detached dwellings on site, on the site. So the principle has been established previously. It's been subject to a number of amendments to alter the design, decrease the scale, footprint and overall mass of each individual dwelling to bring the height down to 2-storey dwellings that are more in character with the area. The proposed dwellings are considered to fit well into the street scene or would not be out of character in relation to their scale, massing, layout or materials. They would therefore accord with policy DES1 of the LDP. The application is supported by a comprehensive landscaping scheme that looks to retain a significant part of the existing landscaping, although what is lost in terms of a small stretch of hedgerow and some ornamental trees are more than compensated for by the 189 metres of additional hedgerow and 15 additional trees that are to be planted, and all make a significant contribution to the visual amenity of the surrounding area. And to soften the built form from the street scene and neighbouring properties. Concern has been expressed by a neighbour regarding the absence of an ecological assessment. The council's ecologist is satisfied that given the landscape being retained and the additional landscaping secured, that this, coupled with the imposition of appropriate conditions, securing a construction environmental management plan, lighting design and biodiversity enhancement, that would satisfy the requirements of national and planning policy. The submitted plans show that the scheme will provide net benefit for biodiversity. In terms of phosphate issues, it's concluded that the capabilities of the proposed private treatment plants to serve each plot mean the resultant phosphorus levels are such that 360 milligrams per day would discharge to ground. The system proposed is compliant with British standards and is considered that, given the distances to water bodies, the designated site for nature conservation, and the discharge rate that the development is and the discharge rate that is proposed, then the development is unlikely to have an adverse impact on the integrity of the SAC. The details of the foul drainage system must be secured via compliance with the approved drainage layout plan, and the applicant will need to seek an environmental permit for the proposed discharges from Natural Resources Wales. NRW agree with our conclusion that there would be no overall effect on the site integrity of the SAC, and the proposal overall complies with policy NE1 of the LDP, subject to conditions securing, as mentioned, the construction environmental management plan, a lighting scheme, and compliance with plans for ecological enhancement. In terms of amenity, there has been concern raised by the occupier of the neighbouring property to the east regarding overlooking and an overbearing impact upon their property. The usual guideline for a minimum separating distance between first floor habitable windows and the neighbouring boundary to a private amenity area is 10 metres. And between directly facing first floor habitable room windows, the guideline is 21 metres. There's a separating distance here of 10.8 metres from the window in plot 2 to the common boundary, and there's an established conifer hedge along this common boundary. And it's proposed that this is to be controlled and the height reduced to 4 metres. The eaves height of the proposed one is 4.6 metres, and so the hedgerow will therefore cover a significant part of the viewpoint from this window, which, coupled with the separating distance, will prevent there from being any significant adverse impact on that neighbour's amenity due to overlooking. In conclusion, there are no privacy distances compromised in terms of the side or rear-facing windows towards the neighbouring properties. In terms of potential disturbance created by the new access to plot 2, so that's the one, the lower access here, to half acres, the access has been stepped away from that boundary, and a new hedgerow and 7 new trees are proposed adjacent to the boundary to minimise both noise and light disturbance from this new access drive. With regard to car emissions that have been raised as a concern by the neighbour, given the low flow of traffic serving just one property, coupled with the inevitable low speeds of traffic driving along this section of access, and the separating distance, and the separating landscape proposed, emissions are not likely to be of a level to unacceptably impact upon the neighbour's health or amenity in this case. Highways are satisfied with the details submitted in support of the application. The proposed new means of access will be required to cross the adjacent drainage ditch watercourse, so the applicant would have to ensure they have the appropriate consent from Natural Resources Wales for crossing that. That's outside the planning process. And no development should commence until the applicant submits details of agreement and approval of the access bridge culvert to Natural Resources Wales. Highways are happy with the visibility displays given the low traffic speeds on the road and the fact that there is reasonable visibility given the road conditions as set out in the report, which I won't repeat here. Adequate parking is proposed for each plot, and the host property, Rosebrook, still has ample space retained to accommodate parking off the highway. In terms of drainage, Welsh Water have accepted that given the large separating distances from the application site and mains drains, it's not reasonable to expect the applicant to connect to the mains, and therefore in terms of the drainage hierarchy, connection to the mains drainage system is not practical in this case, and that's why a private treatment plant has been opted for each dwelling. So in terms of environmental health input in terms of the foul drainage, they've looked at the proposed foul drainage with a view to the potential impact upon the neighbours and future occupiers' amenity. in terms of odours and noise, and it's concluded that providing the foul water treatment system meets current building regs, they do not anticipate an unacceptable risk and harm from noise or odour to nearby residents or the residents of the new dwellings. There is no objection to the proposed development from environmental health or building control. Surface water would be subject to separate approval from the Sustainable Drainage Approval Body, and a discharge at Greenfield runoff rates is planned to the watercourse at the front of the site. Natural Resources Wales have confirmed from this information and the drainage scheme submitted to date that there is no objection in principle to the proposed surface water drainage proposals using that watercourse, subject to the applicant securing all relevant permits and licences, including land drainage consent. So to conclude, we would recommend approval subject to the Section 106 agreement requiring a contribution towards affordable housing, and that's calculated at 16,000, just over 16,000 per plot. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Phil. And we haven't got a local member here, have we? We haven't got any objectors or supporters. So we'll go out to members' questions. Has anybody got any points that they wish to raise on this one? No. Okay, Tony, I say go to my screen now. I see Tony and Dale put their hands up. So Tony, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's about the Section 106 agreement. When would that be paid? Would it be paid before or partway through the development? You know, are we sure of getting that, or are we going to renegotiate or anything?
The applicant has to sign up to it before permission is granted, but then there's a trigger. There is an exemption clause for self-build, you see. So if somebody builds a house themselves and lives within it, it's 3 years, I think the trigger is, isn't it? After 3 years, then the requirement to pay the Section 106 contribution it's no longer is pertinent. So that's to help self-builders actually build their own dwellings. In this case, it's obviously going to be a development, so it's unlikely that a builder is going to be living in two properties. So there'll be at least one contribution, but it's normally when the building is completed, as far as I'm aware, from knowledge. So that's
yes,
correct.
It was really about the living in the property. I can see two properties, one development. Yeah, okay.
Okay, thanks for that. Dale.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious to know about the surface runoff. Seeing as the two proposed houses are lower in the plot because of the topography of the land, how is the surface runoff going to end up at the front of the development? Thank you.
Well, I don't know the precise detail of that, but he's subject to consent from NRW to actually enter the brook at the front. But imagine it'll have to be piped there. How that is done, I haven't got the mechanics of it. I don't know, I'm afraid. I can't imagine they'd pump it, would they? Yeah, as I say, will be a SUDS application that will also, so it'll need NRW consent. So there are a number of issues that the applicant has to sort of hurdle really to get this achieved. There'll be a consent from NRW to discharge the watercourse. There'll also be a sustainable drainage consent, and I understand that there's an application in at the moment for that, and they're confident that can be achieved. So that would cover the detailed design of the piping, if you like, to actually enter the watercourse.
Okay, you're out with that, Dale. In that case, Emma?
Yeah, it's the water runoff that it concerns me a little as well, to be honest, as this area is prone to frequent flooding. It's watery lane because it's often that stream is often full, and the road has tendency to get flooded at times as well. And so yeah, it's the water runoff and the additional water runoff into an already wet area would raise flags for me as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that.
It's just
Bill?
to say it has been scrutinised by NRW, who are obviously the flood responsible flood authority, and the SAB team are looking at it, and they wouldn't accept a scheme that would compromise, the flooding at all, or the integrity of any new properties or existing properties. They wouldn't allow anything that would compromise that.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. No more people on my screen, nobody else in the room. So would somebody like to propose that we approve the application? Anybody like to approve that? Ben, thank you for that. Anybody want a second? Tony, thank you. In that case, Richard, can you put the vote function up, please? Okay, could you go to the vote now, please?
Good afternoon again, Chair. I can see that we've had all 16 responses back and all are for approval, so that's been passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Denzel. We'll now move on to application 00933. It's detached double garage with storage space over at the Gables Wainfield Lane, which we went to yesterday. There's also another application following it, but we'll deal with them separately because they are, one is for retrospective approval. I know we have some...
Sorry, Chair, if I may, if it's possible, can we do the applications in reverse order?
Yeah, of course.
That would be great, thank you.
No problem at all. What I just said still applies because it was exactly the same. So yeah, we have a video submitted by an objector and also a written statement received from the applicant. So if I go to officers first, and then we'll move on to the representations.
Yep, thank you, Chair. So just to confirm, we'll consider the retrospective application first. That's just slightly...
01288?
That's correct, Chair, thank you. So I just wait for the slides to appear for one and all. So it's 01288. Apologies, members, just one moment to get the right slides. That's great, thank you. So you should all be able to see that now. So this is a household application that seeks retrospective planning permission for a plant room, retaining wall, oil tank, and garden shed. And the application is before you today, members, due to request from the previous ward member. So I'll just run through the presentation. The first slide you can see on your screen is the area in question. You can see the side of the plant room, and in the background there, the retaining wall. And then the next, it's taken sort of from the front of the site, looking back into the site. You get a clearer view of both the retaining wall, oil tank, and the plant room, which is the blockwork structure, sort of centre of the photograph. And then onto the next slide. That's taken looking back down towards the main host dwelling, which you can see has been recently refurbished, and the sort of more fuller extent of the retaining wall. And this is the garden shed as built that's located to the rear of the dwelling in fairly close proximity to the boundary with the neighbouring property. And the photo below there just shows it at a wider view. So this is the extent of the application site, which is edged in red, as you can see on screen. And then just moving to the next slide. So this shows, it's the slightly small, more zoomed in scale. It is effectively the same plan duplicated there. So you can see the positioning of the oil tank, the boiler and plant room, and then the retaining wall you can see that runs along the front of the boundary of the site. These are the west and south elevations then of the plant room. Use the oil tank in the background. And then on the next slide, that's the other elevations, in this case the east and north of the plant room, and you can again see the oil tank as well. And then I think finally we have the as-built garden shed, the timber garden shed elevations. And that's the plan. So I would just point out at this stage, as a matter of record, in section 1.3 of the officer report, it makes reference to a boundary dispute, and I'm advised that there is indeed no boundary dispute at this site between neighbouring properties, so just wanted to make that point clear at this juncture. So, in terms of our evaluation and assessment of the application, in terms of visual impact, as you've seen from the photographs, the gables itself has been extensively extended and altered, and now adopts quite a contemporary design. In terms of the wider character of the area, the properties along Wainfield Lane do have a variety of architectural design, shape, scale, etc. There's certainly no one uniform pattern of properties or style in the village. The design of the plant room is to be modified and would form part then of the garage that we'll consider in the subsequent application. However, the remaining retrospective elements are of a scale and appearance that are not considered to be harmful to the wider settings. Works to the front are afforded additional screening by the existing vegetation that you've seen in the photographs and for those members on site, whilst the timber garden shed to the rear is of officer's view an appropriate scale for such a building. In terms of third-party amenity, owing to the position of the works, particular consideration has been given to the impact on the neighbouring property that's known as T. Cerrig. And the application has been subject to detailed and extensive consultation with the Council's Environmental Health Officer in particular regards to noise and other amenity issues associated with a flue that is currently protruding from the plant room. So this flue is now proposed to be relocated into the proposed garage that forms the second application. And this would see the flue positioned approximately 4.2 metres inwards away from the boundary, with the outlet being raised to a second-storey level. And it is on that basis that the Council's Environmental Officer offers no objections to the proposal. And a condition would be proposed that would require the existing flue to be removed within 3 months of the date of planning permission. In regards to trees, as members would have seen, there is a semi-mature oak tree that's situated near the boundary between the Gables and T. Cerrig, and owing to the nature of the works that have already occurred in close proximity to this, the site was visited by the Council's tree officer. And it is worth noting, though, however, that the tree itself is not subject to a tree preservation order, and the site does not fall within a designated conservation area where additional protections are in place. The tree officer has advised that whilst some root damage is likely to have occurred, that no objection was raised and that no further arboricultural information is required to inform the planning decision. Turning to matters of biodiversity, the submitted drawing, and the reference for that is LSC 01 Revision A, does provide the location of a number of ecological enhancements by way of bat boxes around the site. However, it is noted that some of these bat boxes are outside actually of the red line boundary on the application. So it's therefore proposed to amend this condition if members are agreeable, to include just the 3 back boxes that are positioned within the red line, and for the sake of clarity, that is the single back box to the front and the 2 closest to the rear elevation. So the revised condition, if members are minded to approve, would read as follows. So within 3 months of the date of this permission, details of the 3 bat and bird boxes, 1 to the front and 2 closest to the rear of the dwelling, as shown on drawing LSCO1A, shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The approved detail should be implemented within 3 months of the approval and retained as such in perpetuity. So therefore, members, subject to that slight amendment to condition 3, the application is presented to you this afternoon with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Andrew. We've got the local member is Councillor Penny Jones, who isn't with us today. So I'll move on to the video that's been supplied by Anne-Marie Smale. Have you got that, Andrew or Craig, with one of you? Dale, while we're putting that up, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. I was just about the condition that is being imposed on the movement of the flue. The flue will be coming out through the garage roof. What happens if the garage isn't built within that 3 months to allow for the flue to be moved into the garage?
Andrew, do you want to come back in on that, and then we'll start the video?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Councillor for the question. I mean, yeah, in the event that this application was approved and the garage application was refused, obviously that'd be subject to appeal potentially, but in terms of the timings, it's anticipated that, and obviously I would also state that if the second garage, the garage was refused, the condition would still take effect. That flue would still have to be removed, and the applicant would have to find an alternative means of providing that. But in terms of timescales, if in the event both applications were approved, that would fall in line with the anticipated building project dates that the applicant has. So if both were successful, then that being removed would be a fairly sort of seamless timescale for the one to be removed and the new to be implemented.
Go to the video now, please.
My name is Anne-Marie Smale, and I'm an architect. Thank you for letting me address the committee today.
Just a sec while we get the volume right.
I'm going to set out 3. Marie Smale. And I'm an architect. Thank you for letting me address the committee today on behalf of the occupiers of My name is Anne-Marie Smale, and I'm an architect. Thank you for letting me address the committee today on behalf of the occupiers of Tikeric. I'm going to set out 3 reasons why these applications can't be approved today and should either be refused or deferred for diligent consideration. Reason 1, condition 1 of the officer's report asks you to approve plans in a table below, but there is no table in the report for us to review. So I would ask, do members know what drawings they're being asked to approve? And if the table exists, has it been published in sufficient time for due consideration? Reason 2, the Local Government Planning Advisory Service states in relation to planning conditions, and I quote, does it form part of the application area? A valid condition is only relevant to the red line of development unless it's a Grampian condition. Generally speaking, if it's outside of the red line, it needs to form part of a Section 106 agreement, end of quote. Condition 2 of the officer's report requires ecology works to be carried out on land that is outside of the application red line. This condition, as the application stands, is likely to be unenforceable. Reason 3. Monmouthshire's planning portal under the heading Do I Need SARB Approval defines construction work under Schedule 3 of the Floodwater Management Act 2012 as anything that covers land such as patios or drives as a structure for the purposes of SAB approval. The Act applies to all works over 100 metres squared. The officer in 6.8.2 of the retrospective application report states there is no new construction area under the concurrent application. This is untrue, and if accepted, will be a breach of the Act. In fact, the applicant's own drawing, LSCO 1A, states that the area of construction work is 333 metres squared, created by the unlawfully constructed retaining wall. Furthermore, the proposed drainage scheme is outside of the red line, so can't be controlled through this planning permission. 3 other points I would ask you to consider further are: Item 1, engineering works proposed in the rear garden in close proximity to trees with no tree survey or arboricultural method statement. This needs to be rectified before the application is determined. It's worth noting that the application form states there are no trees or hedges that would be affected by development, and the applicant's track record in regard to trees. Item 2, in his report, the planning officer states that the proposed garage has an upper level for ancillary storage. If this is genuinely the case, then a single-storey garage with attic space, or at worst a 1.5-storey building, would suffice. The officer in 6.3.6 of the proposed garage report states the proposal is acceptable sitting alongside the host property as the backdrop. I would suggest, given that none of the proposed elevations show any context, it's impossible to judge the scale of the proposal and whether it's acceptable and in accordance with the policy DES1. It's essential that the existing house is drawn accurately on the proposed garage drawings in order that an informed decision about appropriateness of scale can be taken. The officer refers to other ancillary garages on Wainfield Lane, but having carried out a detailed study, I would note these are not 2-storey. I would ask members to make their own site visit and make up their own minds if the proposed scale is appropriate or if a single-storey garage with storage space in the attic would be better. Item 3, is the proposed landscape scheme sufficient given the decimation of the boundary hedgerow and the tree damage as a result of the unlawful construction work? In conclusion, I have concerns with the accuracy and legal validity of the application and the officer's report you've been asked to consider, and urge members to refer these matters to your legal advisor to ensure that officers are advising you correctly. Lastly, despite the statement in the officer's report, I would like to make it clear that there is no boundary dispute with Tickerig.
Okay, I just need to make everybody aware that that video relates to this application and the next one that we're going to look at, the actual garage itself, so we're not going to play it twice. There were a lot of points raised in that, Andrew. Do you want to deal with them now?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And just to sort of confirm with your points, that did cover the proposed garage that also formed part of the second application. So I won't cover a response to those at this stage, but just working through the points that have been made there. In reference to the phrase table below in the condition, the table below in this context would refer to the decision notice document. So it's a standard wording of a planning condition, and then when read in the context of a decision notice, it would refer to that table. However, for the purposes of officers' reports, the plans are detailed at the top of the officer's report, including any revision numbers, etc. So I would respectfully suggest that it's clear what plans are before members, and the wording of that condition is, say, a fairly standard wording that would, in the context of a decision notice, be clear and to one and all in terms of its reading. The second point in regards to the red line and some of the ecological enhancements proposed, I have addressed that point already in the presentation, hence the revision to the wording of condition 3 that would focus on the 3 bird boxes which are considered acceptable for this development. So that's considered to be, an appropriate mitigation and enhancement. with regard to SAB, that is, I think has been discussed previously at this meeting already, that is a separate approving body of the council. It's the applicant's responsibility to seek that consent from the SAB team, and if in the event that that is indeed the case, that SAB requirement is needed and not applied for, then the SAB team have their own enforcement powers to pursue that. But it's a like building control, for example, or an NRW license, that is a separate permission that would be required and not one that needs to be attained through the planning process. A number of comments that were made then with regards to the trees. I say the site has been visited by what was then our former tree officer, Jim Keach, who had visited the site and considered the works that have been done, as well as in the context of what is proposed for the subsequent application. And I know the speaker in the video makes reference to the applicant's, and I quote, track record. Again, that's not a matter before us. Any hedgerow there is of a domestic scale, so wouldn't be covered by the hedgerow regulations. And as I stated in the report, none of the trees there, although there are some fine species, none are subject to individual or indeed group TPO. I think the final comment really was urging members to visit the site. Of course, that happened yesterday, so members hopefully have seen and observed, and indeed the photographs show the development before you. Other comments were made in regard to height of the garage, etc. I'll cover in the next application. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. There was some reference to legality there. I don't know whether you picked up on it, Denzel. Would you want to comment on that? No. Okay, don't have to. It was if it was relevant.
I mean, yeah. If you'd like to, there was quite a lot in that video. If you'd like to raise a specific question with me, I'd be happy to look into that and get back to the committee. Yeah.
Right, we've got the written statement now from Simon Matthews, and you're going to do that?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is a written representation in response to the representations made by the Anne-Marie Smale. So this is on behalf of Simon Matthews, the applicant. I would like to take this opportunity to clarify several points made in relation to the planning application submitted for retrospective planning. I would also like to apologise for not fully appreciating the need to apply for planning permission for the building of the planned room back in late 2016. As discussed with the planning officer, I believe that anything under 12 square metres did not require planning permission. However, I had not appreciated that this didn't apply to building to the front of your property. The points I would like to make against the objections are as follows. Reference to 5.2.1, the submission. The residents of the Gables understand that planning permission should have been requested prior to the commencement of any building works as outlined above. Had we raised our error, we would have submitted a planning application at that time. The oak tree on the boundary of the properties was only discovered after the removal of the conifers in Leylandii. It was suffering from stagulation by ivy. Since the removal of the surrounding trees and ivy, the oak tree has flourished. Reference 5.2.3, comments in relation to the design of the buildings. When the garage is built and the hedgerow matures, the plant room will not be visible from the lane. Reference 5.2.4, residential amenity. To minimise the view of the plant room on neighbouring properties and in preparation of further development to the property, a beech hedgerow was planted. This was selected by T. Kerrig and jointly planted with the Gables. Once fully matured, this should reach a height of between 3 metres to 5 metres, thus minimising the visual impact of any aspect of the plant room that can be seen. Reference 5.2.6, building regulations, environmental health. The new domestic flue located will be positioned further away from the boundary line, originally 1.8 metres, new position 6 metres and 4 metres higher. Reference biodiversity and ecology. A full landscaping plan has been submitted detailing all new trees planted. 2 National Trust Arndale bat boxes have been installed to both front and rear of the property. 7 bird boxes are housed throughout the property, many of which have or are being occupied during the nesting season. We believe the case for objection by some residents by Waynefeld Lane have no relevance to this development. enhancement of the property, especially given each property is individualised with no set standard of finish to benchmark against. Residents, including those at Seek Cerrig, were very complimentary and supportive of the initial development to the gables at the time the plant room was already built. The development of the gables is coming to completion, but we find ourselves in the unfortunate situation of battling to finalise, and we would hope will be a property that fully complements the other properties on Waynfield Lane. We hope the planning committee are supportive of helping us finalise this development.
Okay, thank you, Craig. So I think we can go to questions from members now. Does anybody got any points they wish to raise? We went there yesterday. We went on site. We went next door. We had a good look at it. I think everybody had the opportunity of giving it a good airing. Has anybody got any points that they wish to raise? In that case, the recommendation is for approval. Although, sorry, sorry, Marianne. Yes.
I think there was reference to a sustainable drainage system. Was that necessary in the application?
Andrew?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, in terms of a requirement to apply separately for sustainable urban drainage systems that are approved under the SAB team, it suggested that the overall floor area would be in excess of 100 square metres, which would require the need for separate approval from the council's SAB team, and it would be for them to consider and determine the suitability of the surface water drainage arrangement on the site. So it's a separate, as I said, that's a separate approval body, separate decision-making entity to ourselves, and so as from a planning perspective, we're satisfied that that would be covered under that process. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Andrew. Jan, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, because this is linked to the application for the garage as well, isn't it? Are we going to consider these as together or separately?
No,
are we doing them in the right order, really?
We have to do them in this this order. It's a legal requirement.
Okay, thank you. That answers that question.
So I'm looking for somebody to recommend approval in line with officer recommendations, or if nobody wants to do that, somebody recommend that we do not approve. Ben, you want to recommend approval? Can I have a seconder for that, please? Seconder for that, John, thank you. Nobody wants to make any other proposition. Andrew, do you want to come in?
Yeah, only quickly, just to confirm that officer recommendation is with the amendment to the wording of condition 3, just to make that clear for anyone following at home and for members in their decision making. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for that. You did make that clear before, but thanks for reminding us. Okay, in that case, then. Richard, we'll have the voting function, please. I'd like to submit your votes now.
Good afternoon again, Chair. We've now had all 16 responses back. All were for approval, so that has been passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Denzel. So we'll now move straight back to 00933. So Andrew, do you want to pick up where you left off?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is the second application on the same site, final reference 00933. So I'll just wait for the slides to come on screen for you members. There we go. Thank you. So this is a householder application for and this is for a proposed garage to the front of the host dwelling. And a similar reason as previous members, this is presented to you today at the request of the previous ward member. So that first image there shows the host dwelling to the left, and that's the neighbouring property. That's T Kerrig, isn't it, on the right-hand side of your screen. And then the next slide is taken slightly further up Waynfield Lane, and that's a good view then of the oak and also of the vegetation along the site frontage. And that's quite a nice image in terms of showing the sort of topography and the change in levels from the carriageway down to the dwelling. And on the next slide then, we have, it's taken from just inside the entrance, so you can see that's the position there, there's containers, etc. But that's the position where the proposed garage would be sited forward of the front elevation. And again, that's showing, it's a good shot there that shows the existing vegetation along the front that's to be retained, and again showing that sort of sloping topography away from the carriageway. So once again, that's the extent of the red line application site. You can see there in red. In terms of, drawings, if you just move forward a slide. So that's the first floor and ground floor plans of the garage. You can see there's a storage area at upper floor level with roof lights serving that space and an internal stairway. And in terms of the elevations, I think each is provided on the next slide. So that shows the building there, and you can see that's incorporating the lean-to and the solar PV panels along the front elevation of the garage. So in terms of our assessment, and turning firstly to visual impact, the garage, as you've seen on the plans, would have 2 bays measuring 7.3 metres in width, 6.2 metres in depth, and stand 6 metres to the ridge. And as I just noted, as part of the amendment and the sort of ongoing process of negotiation with this application, the plant room then would be incorporated to this as a sort of a lean-to on the back of the garage. In terms of external finishes, these are to match that of the host dwelling, including its roof tiles, timber cladding and render, and as stated, there would be 2 PV panels positioned on the front elevation. And as I stated, the garage does have an upper floor, and it is in effect therefore a 2-storey building, and would be visible from Waynfield Lane. However, due to the topography of the site, the building would be set lower than the highway to the front, and therefore the resulting impact is lessened accordingly. And as noted also, there is mature vegetation along the boundary frontage that would afford further visual screening. The building itself has a contemporary design that is intended to complement the renovations to the host dwelling. And I would also comment that the split of materials, including the timber at upper floor, would help to break up the massing of the building, and furthermore, it is positioned side on to the highway, and therefore, when read in the sort of context and backdrop of the dwelling, which has a much wider frontage, offers us the view that it would still read as a secondary and subordinate ancillary element. It is approximately 1 metre lower than the ridge height of the host dwelling. As I said, the use of PV panels is welcomed, and it's considered that the design proposal accords with the requirements of policy DES1. Turning to residential amenity, the garage itself would be sited approximately 16 metres from the neighbouring dwelling T Kerrig. And whilst it is noted that indeed the building is 2-storey, it's considered that there is sufficient separation distance that there would not be grounds to consider this an overbearing or dominating structure in the context of that dwelling. And furthermore, no windows are proposed at upper floor level to the side or rear that would give rise to any potential overlooking, and therefore existing privacy standards would be maintained. And similar to the previous development in regards to trees, the site has been assessed by the council's tree officer, who did consider not only the works that have taken place, but also the potential for impact by a garage in this location, and raised no objections and confirmed no requirement for any form of arboricultural survey work or method statements to be provided or indeed conditioned. So in conclusion, members, the application has been considered in detail by your officers as well as our consultees, and subject to conditions set out in the officer's report is presented to you this afternoon with a recommendation for approval.
Thanks, Andrew. We have, as we know, we saw the video submitted by Anne-Marie Smill, but Simon Matthews has put in a separate written statement with regards to this application. So we'll hear that now then, please, Craig.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is a statement from the applicant, Simon Matthews. I would like to take this opportunity to clarify several points made in relation to the planning application submitted for a double garage with storage space over as follows. Reference to 5.2.4 residential amenity, we note the comments made in relation to the neighbour's view of the garage once built. However, we would like to point out that the vast majority of residents within the lane can see each other's garages. To minimise the view of our garage and neighbouring properties, and in preparation for the development to the property, a beech hedgerow was planted. This was selected by the residents of T Cerrig and jointly planted with residents of the Gables. Once fully matured, this should reach a height of between 3 metres to 5 metres, thus minimising the visual impact of any aspect of the garage that can be seen. Unfortunately, the residents of T Cerrig have recently cut at least 0.5 metres off the top of the hedgerow, which now means that its growth will be minimised. The size of the garage has been designed to meet the needs of the owner. The property currently has no storage space due to the bedrooms being in the roof space. Whilst objections have been made about the height of the building, the visual impact of the neighbouring properties is minimised due to the topography of the land. There are also several other properties on Wakefield Lane with double height garages. Reference to biodiversity and ecology, the hedgerow was chosen and initially purchased by the residents of T Cerrig. It was noted that there is a slow growing hedgerow and would take several years before it reached maturity. Further research by the residents of the Gables outlined that the beech hedging was not overly suitable for heavy clay or wet soil. Hoy beam hedging was purchased, which is similar in appearance to beech but more tolerant of clay soil to finish the hedgerow. This appears to be growing at a much faster pace. 2 National Trust Ardennal bat boxes have been installed on trees both the front and rear of the property. Above 7 bird boxes have also been installed. Based on the information provided by the planning officer, we believe the case for objection by some of the residents of Wakefield Lane have no relevance to the development/enhancement of the property, especially given the fact that each property is individualised with no set standard finish or benchmark against. The initial works to our property were carried out following full agreement with the residents of T Cerrig, who were initially very supportive. Due to an unfortunate turn of events, this is no longer the case, and whilst the work on developing the Gables is coming to a completion, we find ourselves in the unfortunate situation of battling and finalising finishing what we hope will be a property that fully complements other properties on Wakefield Lane.
Thank you, Craig. So we've heard all of the submissions. Gwenog Community Council objected to the application, as you saw in the officer's report. Jill, you put your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Could we just look at the second picture again, please, that's of this in the presentation, just to see if we can visualise the height versus the second, the one before that one. So you're saying that the height of the apex of the garage would be a metre below the lowest of those buildings, would it?
I thought it was the main ridge.
Was it the main ridge?
It's, as I understand it, it'll be the height of that what looks like an extension on the original building. So yeah, where Phil's cursor is there.
Right. Thank you. And the other one was, so the position of the flue in the plans we've got here is the final position. You said it was changed, the flue position was changed?
Yeah, the chimney for the flue will now be, it's coming up on one of the plans. It comes out of the roof of the garage. Yes, it's there. Look, can you see?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Marion.
Thank you. Yeah. Just reading some of the comments from the neighbours, I noticed there's reference to inaccuracies of the submissions of the application and information missing. Is there any truth in that then? And also the proximity of the oil tank to the new garage, is that within regulations?
Andrew, can you help on that?
Yep, thank you, and thank you, Councillor Ross. So, in terms of the information submitted to us, from our perspective, the sort of validation requirements for the application are satisfied in terms of their accurate scale drawings. I know there has been some comments provided and a desire to see a sort of a wider street scene, for example, that perhaps would show the two buildings together, but there's no requirement for the applicant to provide that drawing. They have shown on the plans a dotted line that indicates the height of the dwelling to help read the drawings together. So from our perspective, what they've submitted from a purely sort of validation perspective is appropriate, and any further drawings would have been just for sort of additional illustrative benefits, but no requirement for them to provide that. And turning to your query with regarding the oil tank, I mean, the positioning of that and sort of any sort of combustioning issues would fall under the council's building control function, or indeed an approved inspector from a building control function, and so that would be subject to that sort of element of control rather than something that would come under sort of planning standards, as it were. So hopefully that answers your queries, Councillor.
Sorry, yeah, I mean, just going back to the oil tank there, I mean, it's already fitted, so, I mean, will that be picked up because the proximity of the new building will be right on top of it, so will that be picked up by the officers?
Yeah, I say that would be a matter of, in terms of the technical distances and detailings for building control. I'm not sure whether the applicant is intending to use the council's building control service or indeed an approved inspector, which they're quite entitled to use either. But from our perspective, the technical positioning and details that fall to be governed under that body, not ours. So, but I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Okay, we've got nobody else who's put their hand up. So I'll now ask if I can have a recommendation for approval in line with inspector's the officer's recommendation. Jane, thank you. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Maureen. Anybody want to propose anything alternative? No? Okay, Richard, if you put the chat, please.
We've now had 14 responses, all for approval, so I can say that has passed again. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Denzel. Craig wants to just make a few points clear, so can we just listen to what Craig's got to say a sec, please? Thank you.
There's only one quick point, Chair, thank you. Just to answer Councillor Howell's concerns with regards to the oil tank. Just to reassure members, we'll send an email to Building Regs colleagues and Environmental Health and to make them aware of where the located is, and if they've got any concerns with it, then obviously they can follow that up. I will obviously make the applicant aware of their requirements to make sure that meets the legislation. So we'll do that as an aside to the decision that was just made.
Okay, thank you, Craig. And the next application is DM 2021 00037, the erection of one detached two-storey house. This is an outline planning application, so we don't need to get bogged down in what will be reserved matters. Andrew, I think, is presenting that one, so I'll refer to you, Andrew.
Yep, that's correct. Thank you, Chair. It's myself again. So I'll just wait for the slides to appear for members. And as you stated, Chair, this is an application considering access and scale only, and all other matters are reserved, and it's for a single dwelling in the village of the Narth. And just to confirm, the application is presented to you today. Has there been objection from at least 5 separate households? So just going through the slides as they appear. So this is, you can see the application site on the left-hand side. In the far distance to the right is the existing dwelling, known as Strayleaves, and then there's the neighbouring properties on the opposite side of this private track, and you can see the property known as Lindsay there on the left-hand side. The next image, again, it's just taken slightly further in along that track, and again you can see clearly there the property on the left-hand side. That's the neighbouring property to the north that is known as Lindsay. The next image is taken looking back in the opposite direction, so the application site in this instance is on the left-hand side of that photograph. And the next image is taken looking from the opposite side, looking back into the site towards the neighbouring property, Lindsay. You can see there in the far distance of that image. So in terms of the drawings, so you can see here the application site is, excuse me, members, is shown in red, and then the existing sort of house dwelling, Strayleaves, and its surrounding curtilage is shown in blue. The next slide will show the site in further detail there, so you can see that's the private road that runs around the site and serves the existing driveway to the house dwelling as well. So this is an indicative layout, but you can see the point of access there. I'm not sure if Phil's able to just sort of wave his cursor.
Sorry,
just show the access. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so that's just that gap there is where the access would be. And you can see the drainage layout, and I say an indicative position. And just to sort of clarify the Chair's comments here, that is an indicative illustration. And the next slide, further to that, again, this, as the annotation suggests, this is for illustration purposes only, that show what a dwelling could look like within the scale parameters proposed. So in terms of evaluation and assessment, firstly and importantly, in terms of principle, the site is located within the minor village of the Narth, which is designated under policy H3 of the local development plan, and the plot size is considered to be commensurate with those in the surrounding built environment, and the officer view is that it's capable of carrying a single dwelling. And subject, therefore, to detailed planning considerations that I'll review shortly, the development is considered acceptable in principle. In terms of visual impact, Policy H3 asserts that the development will only be granted subject to there being no unacceptable adverse impact on village form and character and surrounding landscape. And as I stated previously, the plot size in this instance is of a good size, and when read in the context of the wider village form in the Narth, officers are satisfied that there would not be unacceptable harm to the prevailing form and character of the village. Scale is a matter to be considered at this outline stage, and the scale parameters are detailed in condition 9 of the officer's report. And as documented in that report, and as members will have seen on site yesterday, there's certainly a mixed pattern of housing in the village, with no single dominant form of development or scale, etc., to which any new dwelling should have particular regard to. The maximum height would be 9 metres with an 8 metre minimum to sort of balance that, which is approximately 1 metre higher than the host dwelling and is the same as Worcester House and Beaufort House, which are located to the east of Stray Leaves. So accordingly, officers are satisfied that a dwelling of this scale would respect the existing form, scale, siting, massing and layout of its setting and neighbouring buildings. However, detailed design would be considered in full at the reserve matters stage. The site is located within the Wye Valley area of outstanding natural beauty. And to that regard, the provision of a single dwelling within this part of the village, and particularly this sort of more built-up part of the village, would not fail to preserve the character of the wider area of outstanding natural beauty, and the development is therefore not considered to conflict with the aims of policy LC4. In terms of access, and this is the other matter to be considered, the proposed site plan, as we saw earlier, shows this to be positioned centrally along the northern boundary onto the private lane. The Council's highways engineers have confirmed they have no objection to the application, noting that whilst the general local highway environment serving the village is well below current standards, that they consider that the traffic associated with an additional single dwelling would not be sufficient to support grounds to recommend refusal. And indeed, the increase in traffic movements would not lead to a real deterioration in highway safety or capacity of the immediate highway network. And accordingly, officers are satisfied that the proposal would accord with the requirements of policy MV1. In terms of third-party amenity, and having regard to the plans as submitted and the indicative plans that they are, the distances of the proposed dwelling are measured as approximately 19 metres from the front elevation of Lindsay, which you've seen on plan and photograph there, 25 metres from Little Wabe, 27 metres from Cartreff, and 22 metres from the host dwelling, Stray Leaves. In addition, the proposal is in excess of 21 metres from the existing properties that are located south of the site of School Lane, and therefore officers are satisfied that these distances are acceptable. Having particular regard to the nearest dwelling, Lindsay, this is an outline application only, and so details of habitable windows facing this property would be considered at the reserve matters stage. However, the indicative elevations do show that a design solution could easily be achieved with no habitable windows featured in the north elevation. Other concerns with regards to the amenity of that property and potential impact of vehicular movements, I suppose more particularly impertinent of an evening hour where headlights could be used. It is worth noting that that lane does already serve two existing properties, which would give some level of disruption potentially if cars were travelling at non-daylight hours. But given that this is for only one additional dwelling, it's not considered that it would reasonably warrant significant extra vehicular movements, and as noted, the issues of layout and where the exact parking would be considered at the reserve matters stage. So therefore it is the officer's view that there are no grounds to sustain an objection with regard to impact and in particular privacy at this stage, and that an appropriate design solution can be provided that would accord with the privacy distance set out in the infill development supplementary planning guidance, as well as accord with the requirements of policies DES1 and EP1. In terms of ecology and biodiversity, a previous holding objection from the Council's ecologist has been withdrawn, further to them undertaking a site visit. During the site visit, the trees and vegetation were fully assessed, and this found that the Leylandi have no bat roosting potential, However, it is likely to support nesting birds. There were no potential roosting features for bats that were identified on broadleaf trees within the hedgerow. However, some ivy cover was present, which could provide cover for nesting birds, and the proposal would include the removal of some Leylandine hedgerow along the southern boundary, but this would not be considered to be harmful. And therefore, there is now no objection from the Council's ecologist, subject to the conditions that are set out in the officer's report. In respect of phosphates, the application site is within the phosphorus-sensitive Wye Valley catchment area, and the proposal will connect to a new private package treatment plant. Accordingly, an appropriate assessment has been undertaken under the Habitats Regulations process that concluded that there would be no likely adverse effects on the SAC as a result of the proposed works. As per requirements, Natural Resources Wales have been consulted on this, and they have confirmed that they agree with the Council's assessment, offering no objection. And therefore, the proposal is considered to not have a significant effect on the SAC's condition. In terms of foul drainage, as noted, the proposal would employ a private treatment plant. The site is not within a mains drains area. And whilst concerns have been raised by third parties with regards to foul drainage design, the Council's Building Control Officer has been consulted and advised that the proposal would accord with the relevant British standard. Similarly, both Natural Resources Wales and the Council's Environmental Health Officer, having regard to amenity, have been consulted and raised no objection to the foul drainage proposal. And therefore, the proposal is considered to accord with the guidance set out in Welsh Government Circular 008/2018. Therefore, members, in conclusion, subject to the conditions set out in the officer's report and subject to the signing of a Section 106 agreement to secure a financial contribution of £12,389 towards affordable housing, the application is presented to you with a recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. And the local member is Jane McKenna. So, Jane, do you want to come in on this one?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we visited the site yesterday. It was clear to see from the visit that there is sufficient space within the plot which would be suitable for infill. This would obviously contribute towards Monmouthshire's housing targets and increasing those. We did meet a neighbour on site who expressed concerns with regards to access. However, there are 3 points of access to get to the site. I know the access that we drove up yesterday, there was an overhanging tree, so therefore it wouldn't necessarily be suitable for larger vehicles to access via that point, although it could be used if items need to be craned over the hedge. But then there are 2 other access points further along. So I can't sort of see that as being an issue. The planning permission is for outline only at this stage. And it does need to be in keeping, as has been mentioned. There is a mixture of dwellings within the cul-de-sac, consisting of bungalow, dormer bungalow, and 2-storey. Although I have no reason at this stage to refuse this application, I would prefer to see a sympathetic design when it comes to height. Therefore, members may wish to consider, rather than it being a 2-storey, whether to consider a dormer-style bungalow at this stage. That would be sort of more sympathetic to the closest property, which is Lindsay, and also have a less visual impact within the cul-de-sac. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think officers can certainly note that request when it comes to looking at reserve matters, but all of that can be dealt with then. We have written statements from David Lloyd, who we spoke to yesterday, and also from Gareth Price, the agent. So can we have the written statements? Who's got those, Craig?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, this is a written statement on behalf of the neighbouring property, David Lloyd. Outline approval is being sought for a 5-bedroom detached house with double garage on a garden plot in the Naaf, with all matters other than access reserved. There are 2 major areas of concern. Access, there are 3 points to note here. Number 1, you will have seen from the site visit on Tuesday that access to the site is very poor. There are several approaches to the proposed site, none of which is suitable for heavy construction traffic or indeed medium-sized vehicles. Any attempt to bring material directly to the site will result in damage to property and boundaries. The owners of Gwyn, which is on the road leading to the proposed development, recently successfully brought a legal case against one of the major courier companies for damage to hedges and walls by a large vehicle. Point number 2, once at the site, access via the private lane is very restricted, with limited options for turning vehicles around even in a car. Access is needed for emergency vehicles due to an elderly resident. Any construction traffic must be located on the site itself. At no time should the private lane be blocked. Point number 3, the proposed access driveway and turning circle for the development is directly opposite the master bedroom of Lindsay, a single-storey bungalow. The dimensions and scale of the house suggest likely occupation by a family with several cars and therefore traffic in and out throughout the day and evenings. This will have a severe impact on the well-being of the residents of Lindsay. Any construction management plan needs to include a stipulation that large deliveries must be made elsewhere, decanted and transported to site via a suitable sized vehicle. Dimensions. The maximum dimensions on this outline application mean that the proposed dwelling will have a dominant and overbearing impact on the bungalow Lindsay, as well as being detrimental to the amenity space, light, pollution and privacy for Lindsay and all neighbouring properties as outlined in policy EP1. This can only truly be appreciated from the site itself. Nearby comparable sized properties at Winchester House and Beaufort House do not overlook any other properties. There is an outstanding question relating to the siting of the drainage field in relation to the proposed dwelling. Building regulations say drainage fields should be a minimum of 10 metres away from the buildings or other drainage sites. The latest drawings show 7 metres. The approval of the maximum dimensions will have a bearing on this. If the maximum dimensions of the proposed dwelling were reduced, this could potentially allow for different access which would not be as intrusive on the residents of Lindsay. The final point to note is that the maintenance of the private lane is the responsibility of the current residents, but it is in fact owned by a third party. No documentation is available online to indicate any attempt to notify this third party of the proposal and seek the permission for additional access over the lane.
Thank you, Craig. I think a lot of that will be picked up in the construction management plan anyway, won't it? And any issue regards to access would be a civil matter, so I don't think we need to worry too much about that. Would you like to do the statement from Gareth Price now then, and then I'll take in Tony Easton and Dale Gluck?
I think I can answer my questions in your
Okay.
So, Chair, this is the, for members, this is the statement from the agent representing the applicant, Gareth Price. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this short statement in support of the above application for outline planning permission. The planning application was submitted following a pre-application inquiry for 2 houses on the site. The council's officers advised an application for 2 houses would not be acceptable. However, an application for 1 house which met national and local planning policies would be supported. This application meets all relevant planning policies, including those relating to phosphate discharge, including updates which did not come into effect until after the submission of the application. David Wong's committee report clearly explains the application and how it complies with planning policy. The report also addresses 2 objections submitted by Trellick United Community Council and neighbours. I do not consider it necessary to repeat the points that Mr Wong has covered. However, I would like to clarify 2 points. Firstly, regarding the Leylandi hedge along the southern boundary, the application proposes removing the Leylandi and replacing it with an indigenous hedgerow. This will increase biodiversity and remove the physical stress that the unbridled Leylandi places upon the existing existing broad-leaved trees. Secondly, a late objection from a neighbour alleges that the proposed private foul drainage scheme does not satisfy building regs insofar as it did not comply with approved document H2. The approved document states that an alternative approach to the requirements can be met by following the requirements of British Standards 6297. I can confirm the drainage system has been designed with the parameters of the British Standard rather than the approved document. In conclusion, the proposal complies with all the Council's planning policies, and I ask the committee to approve the application.
Thank you, Craig. I think Tony, your questions were answered before I go to Dale.
It was about the access, which is private, and also the comment our council behind that, that this is an outline planning application, things can be reserved matters. Yeah. That's all, yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. Dale?
Thank you, Chair. As the neighbour has commented about the scale of the development of and having 5 bedrooms, or possibly having 5 bedrooms, I have concerns about the access and the egress on for what could ultimately end up being 5 additional vehicles being at that property. I also have concerns over the scale of the development. If it's going to be as large as it is, then maybe a slight shuffling to the right-hand side of the plot, which would maintain the distances required to prevent overlooking. Still manage that. Increase the distance from the property to the neighbouring Lindsay property, and would also satisfy the 10-metre guidance that he was also referring to with the sewage plant. Personally, I think that a 5-bedroom house in that location is too large. So I would be looking to approve a recommendation that the scale and massing of the property is reduced to reflect that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dale. That was a proposal, so before I go to Andrew, does anybody want to second?
I'm sorry, I don't want to second.
Okay, I'll come to you in a second. Does anybody else? Ben? Okay. Faye, do you want to come in now before I go to Andrew?
I just wanted to say, just because it says it's 5-bedroom, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be big. I've got a dormer bungalow myself, which is 4 bedrooms, so it could still be a dormer.
Andrew?
Yeah, I think, well, it's a good point I think the councillor has made there in terms of, you know, the sort of floor layout, as it were, in terms of the number of the bedrooms. It is not before us. I mean, it could potentially be 5, it could be 3, 4, depending on the size of those bedrooms. It's working within those parameters. And as was linked to that, I mean, I appreciate it's not the most sustainable of locations, but you know, our parking guidance would be parking provision for a maximum of 3 dwellings for a 3-bed plus house, which can easily be accommodated on site. Important also that maintain the point that layout is not a matter before us at the moment. So the positioning, and a few members have commented about maybe things being brought further away from Lindsay. Absolutely, all those details, positions of windows can be considered at the appropriate preserve matters stage. So I think in terms of where those cars go, where windows go, you know, the scale parameters are where they are, but you know, the design and how that roof line is broken up, for example, rather than all being one level, all of that would be within our gift and you as members' gift should the reserve matters come before you. And just to repeat the point really with regards to concerns of access, you know, that construction traffic management plan, you know, it will be consulted with Highways for their detailed and professional view to make sure that it's not prejudicing any neighbours or the routes of emergency vehicles, etc. So I think just to give members that assurance that document would be able to manage those valid concerns that neighbours have raised.
Thanks for that, Andrew. And just for clarity, and in view of the proposal that Councillor Rook has made, are you happy that, for instance, we could look at a lower mass when it comes to the reserve matter stage, and the potential for relocation of the access?
Well, the overall height, so that the overall height maximum minimum is set out. So we can certainly look at the makeup of that as the highest point of the dwelling, and then, like I said, we would probably expect the roof to be broken up with different levels, etc. And in terms of its positioning that Councillor Rook has mentioned, then absolutely layout is still reserved. That position, orientation, etc., where it sits on the plot will fall for us to consider at that stage. So making sure those distances to the boundary of Lindsay and other properties, not just that property, we can be sure that there's sufficient room to manoeuvre within that plot to make sure those appropriate standards that are set out in the infill SPG can all be met.
Okay, thanks for that. On the basis of that, Dale, do you want to withdraw your proposal?
Yes, Chair. As has been explained, this would be dealt with under reserved matters. I'd just like to get my head around how the officers work out what is acceptable within the plots. So how do you work out what massive building is acceptable within a given space? Thank you, Chair.
Craig, do you want to do that, or?
Yeah, I'm happy to come in there, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Rook, for the question. I just wanted to come in terms of regards to scale as well, so I'll come to the question about the size of the dwelling. But if members are concerned about the scale, obviously it's this application proposing 9 metres to the ridge as a maximum parameter. You do have the gift to reduce that as part of this outline planning application, potentially to the same height as stray leaves, if that would be appropriate. So that then the layout and the appearance of the dwelling as part of the reserve matters can come in with that condition that would be a maximum height. So if the scale of the building is a concern, that is something that was within your gift as well as members to condition that maximum parameter of height for the building. As Andrew has outlined, this application is outline application only to do with the access and to do with the scale of the property, and both those matters are before you. The access has been given scrutiny by the highways officer, and obviously as planning officers we have no concerns or objections to the principle of an access going in that location. The layout, landscaping and appearance of the dwelling will come forward as a reserve matter at a later stage, but just want to make those 2 points that you do have in your gift to control the scale of it by condition if you felt that was appropriate. In terms of the proportions of the site, Councillor Rook, and the sort of proportionality, we look at a sense of place, so look at the characteristics of the dwellings in the area, how much space they've got around them, and to show that that is appropriate. So in this instance, we felt the plot was big enough scale to represent the character and appearance of other dwellings in the area. 2 dwellings might have been inappropriate given the spaciousness and the characteristics of other plot sizes in the area. So it's to respect the area, and it is subjective. There are certainly some sites which are too small to take dwellings, which not appropriate in terms of the amount of amenity space, or it can be overdevelopment of the site. But in this instance, I'm certainly of the opinion that 1 dwelling could be accommodated on the site.
Okay, thanks, Craig. I got a couple of people, some of you have spoken already, but Emma hasn't. So do you want to come in on this now, Emma?
Yeah, and it was to do with access, but more to do with the neighbours' concern with the drive accessing directly opposite this property. And I know that cars go up and down the road, but none of them would shine lights directly into bedrooms, being as he's living in a bungalow. Is that something that we can issue at this point, that any drive wouldn't come out directly opposite a bedroom, or is that something that would be discussed at a later stage as well?
Yeah, we'll cover that off at the reserve matters stage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Faye, did you want to come back in? No, you've done it. Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The officers have heard everything we said, a lot of concerns, and this is reserve matter. There'll be reserve matters. This is a permission for the planner, the developer, to have the permission to build on the site. I would move that we accept the matter as it stands now with reserve matters, and obviously everything taken into account can be devised. The height of the building, for example, as comments made about the level and what, yes, I would make that a view.
Can I just clarify, though, in terms of the proposal at the minute is for 9 metre height. So if members do approve the current outline planning consent, then it's a 9 metre maximum. If you do want that to be reduced to whatever, to meet stray leaves or to meet whatever you feel is appropriate, then we need to change that maximum parameter. So we can put a condition on if that is what members want. Otherwise, obviously, we'd be approving the scale, it would be 9 metres high at this point, and then the dwelling would come in and be designed, and we'd have control over that. But the scale, if it was 9 metres high,
I think the view of the council at the back is that the mass needs to be looked at and the height needs to be looked at. So I think we could take that out and fit that into some form of reserve matter. I don't know how you do it, but...
so if my proposal and advice to members, if that is the case, is that we reduce we condition the maximum parameters for the site to be the same height as stray leaves. I'm looking to Andrew now in terms of a height of that, but if we condition it the same height as that, then that could be acceptable.
One of the advantages of that is that it could affect the overall scale and therefore make it easier to alter the access.
But is it basically given the developer the opportunity to build on that site?
Yeah, okay. Andrew?
Oops, yes, thank you, Chair, and Craig. Yeah, so as I said in the presentation, this would be 1 metre higher than stray leaves. So I think the way the condition is worded at the moment is a maximum of 9, minimum of 8. I would suggest the simplest way is to amend that to be maximum of 8, minimum 7. That seems a fairly logical way of dealing with that. So if that's what members would vote on, just to be clear.
So Tony, So Tony, can I take it that you're proposing that we agree the outline proposal subject to a maximum height of that of stray leaves?
Yeah. I'd like to second that because I was just about to propose it.
In that case, I've just seen you, Ben, and Jan come up. I take it you've done, Ben? That was the same point. That was the same point. And Jan?
Yeah. My question really is if that's what, I'm quite happy with the proposal and the seconder there. If when things come to pass and the reserve matters come to us and things actually start to get built, is it possible then to, because I know that that builders come back and they ask for, can't remember what the word is, that to vary the build so that they might say, well, can we have a window in there, or can we do this, can we do that? Can they, during the building process, then come back and say, well, actually, we'd like it to be a little bit taller? Can they do that?
Yes, Councillor Butler, they can. In planning, we have to look at each application on its individual merits. So, yes, anyone can make a number of applications on the same property. It would go through the same process this planning application has gone through. So, yes, that is within the applicant's right to make subsequent applications. If there was subsequent objections and it meant that it was before the planning committee members, then obviously you'd have that discretion to have that discussion. And as local member, they'd be able to call the application to this forum if it was a planning application. There are non-material minor amendment planning applications, which are very small changes, such as changes to doors, windows, applications, which are delegated to officers, but they are very small scale. And they would be non-material, so they wouldn't be before members. But certainly, all other applications, the applicant has the right to make those decisions, to make those applications, and can do numerous applications. But as members and as members of the planning committee and as officers, we need to look at every individual application. We can't predict what's going to come down the line.
Equally, Chair, a local member can bring this back to us again.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Marion,
can I just come back? Sorry, supplementary question.
Oh, sorry.
So if somebody did come back then and say, well, actually, I'd like to make it a metre taller because I'd like to put some dormer windows in another room, would it automatically come back to this committee, or would it only come back if there were objections raised by the residents?
The local member can bring it back.
Yes, so Councillor Easton is correct. The local member could always call an application, a planning application, to the planning committee or delegated panel, depending on how they felt about it. And obviously, in line with our scheme of delegation in Monmouthshire, if it hits that for more than 4 objections, it would automatically come to planning committee. So we are a member-led authority here, so each local member can call their application to the delegated panel or to the planning committee.
So, final question. You can understand I've had some experience in this. It's not normal protocol, though, is it, to let the residents know that these adjustments have been requested?
If it's a planning application, it'll go through the full consultation process with notifying neighbours. If it's a non-material minded amendment, which is non-material in terms of windows and doors, the local planning authority has the discretion over whether to consult. If it is impacting on neighbours, matter of course, officers will. I appreciate that you've had a situation where that potentially didn't happen, but it is a case-by-case basis, and the consultation and publicisation will be done in accordance with the legislation. So I am satisfied that that does happen. I appreciate there might be a case in your ward which that didn't happen, but we would consult on all plan applications in accordance with the legislation and regulations.
Mario?
Thank you, Chair. Just a technical question. You say there's a minimum height requirement on the building. Is that necessary? I'm just thinking of Councillor McKenna's request for a dormer bungalow that might not even come to that height.
Thank you. Yeah, I was been trying to make a point for a moment now. Just to say what I was going to suggest, and apologies if it sort of complicates matters. To that exact point, if we're sort of suggesting a maximum height of 8 metres to align with stray leaves, potentially the party or individuals that bring forward a reserve matters application may wish to consider a single-storey type property. To allow them more flexibility then, and for them not to be penalised by this, I was going to suggest that perhaps that minimum scale be brought down, say, to 4 metres. So you've got an upper of 8 and then a lower of 4. So that wouldn't then sort of penalise somebody that did want to bring forward the reserve matters from bringing forward either a bungalow or a dormer bungalow style property, which if they did, then they may fall outside of that outline parameter. So I think that hopefully, in terms of addressing a couple of points, one, giving that flexibility for somebody in the future, as well as ensuring that if that's what was desired, a lower property could be accommodated without having to go back through the full application process because they're technically failing the minimum parameters of an outline. So just for the point of clarity, I would suggest if members are minded to amend condition 9, which is this is in reference to, that it would be an upper of 8 to accord with stray leaves, and then a lower of minimum 4 to allow for the flexibility of potentially bungalow, dormer bungalow style property.
That, I think that grabs the mood of the room, doesn't it? In that case, we've got to apologise to Richard because we need to modify the
yeah, sorry, Chair, we're back.
The condition, should we say, with condition
sorry, Chair, we're back in the situation we were previously where we've had a motion forwarded and seconded, so that one needs to be withdrawn, right, and then the new one put forward. Yeah.
So Tony needs to
rephrase that motion.
Yeah.
Do we remove the minimum of 7? We make it 4.
Yeah. So you're withdrawing the first one and replacing it with that.
Yeah. Is that okay, Denzel?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Just bear with me a second, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. So don't vote on what's in the chat bar now. Wait for the next one to come up.
Sorry, Chair Craig, what do you want to put into the poll?
Amend the condition 9 to maximum. conditions.
That'll be all right. Sorry? Yeah, I know. We've got the vote up now, so we could, yeah, not wishing to upset the apple cart again. You did say, Andrew, about the minimum height of 4. Does that need to be in this vote? I mean, I'm easy with it. Denzel, do you want to rule on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably best if the motion in the chat bar does reflect the 4 metres, just so that it's absolutely clear. Everyone's absolutely clear what they are voting for. Sorry.
Yeah, those looking for a break have read my mind anyway, so I think it's 5:15. We could do with what do you want? 10 minutes? Okay. Well, we'll have this. We'll have this vote by hook or by crook, and then we'll have a 10-minute break. Don't vote on the one that says maximum 8 metres. There's another one coming up that actually refers to the minimum height of 4 metres. Otherwise, we're not. Right, we got it now. You can vote with supreme confidence.
Could I just draw your attention to the fact that it's maximum of 9 metres, 8 metres minimum. 4 metres.
No, it's condition 9, max 8 metres, minimum 4 metres.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So that motion we've had 15 responses, all for approval, so I can say that is passed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Dennis.
I turned it off at 5 o'clock this morning instead of turning it off at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Jill?
Can I ask, do we need to complete this list of planning applications today? Is that?
We do, but
okay.
but we could just have a 10-minute comfort break now, and then we'll come in and then we'll rattle all the others off. The others are quite straightforward, yeah.
Chair, can I just ask you a very quick question?
So, yeah. Sorry, Sue. What was that?
Just while everyone's
excuse me a minute. Excuse me a minute, everybody. Sue is trying to say something.
It's just to you, really. I declared an interest at the beginning of the meeting. I got it wrong. I should have handed in a form, and it would require me to leave the meeting, which is going to be a bit of a difficulty. I won't know when to come back because I'm online.
Well, what we'll do when which application was it? Remind me. Oh,
It's the last one we're considering. Gemma Thomas changing the hours of her hair studio. She's just a personal friend of a friend, and I thought it was appropriate to register that interest, and I would propose to abstain or not vote and take no part in the debate.
hang on a sec, Denzel.
Yeah, I believe that you've only declared a personal, not a personal and prejudicial interest, and therefore, having declared, you don't need to leave the room only if it's prejudicial.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for bringing that up, Sue. Okay, so we'll come back. Well, I'm going to start again at 5:30. Okay.
Right, thank you.
Sue McConnell.
So is it 1 month?
Sue McConnell, stop eating, we're under here.
So I will have
So the site is located to the northeast of T. Freeman Road, running towards Gwehelog. The site is currently an open field with a proposed extension of an existing agricultural building which is situated to the northern triangle of the site. As can be seen on the slide, there's an existing agricultural building on the site, granted approval in 2020. To the northeast boundary, as can be seen in the photograph, there's a tree-lined buffer where the ground slopes up and away. To the southern and western boundaries, there's a substantial hedgerow. The second slide shows these boundary treatments, the hedgerow there and the access. The third slide is taken from the north, looking south towards the open-fronted side of the existing agricultural building. The proposed extension will be situated to this open-fronted side facing towards the trees. The next slide again shows the tree border and the northern boundary. And the next slide shows the location of the proposed extension as shown in red. The existing building shown in black. The blue line shows the extent of the wider land within the applicant's control. A stream follows the hedge boundary to the south of the existing building, running east-west across the site. The proposed extension will be 9.1 metres wide, 22.8 metres long to match the length of the existing agricultural building. And the next slide shows the elevations where the height of the extension matches that of the existing building. It is proposed that the building will be used in connection with the existing farming activities on the site, housing livestock over winter and some machinery and fodder. Policy RE5 supports the development of agricultural buildings in the open countryside, subject to the criteria set out in the officer's report. I won't repeat the report, however, this does set out how the proposed building is in line with the criteria set out in RE5 and is therefore policy compliant. So a number of objections have been received in relation to the application, and these have been set out in the report, but summarised here. In relation to the concerns that the building will have a detrimental impact on the wider landscape, this is an extension to an existing building, and whilst it can be seen, it is a building that is commonly found in a rural landscape. Its mass and form is not considered excessive, and so the impact on the landscape is considered acceptable. In relation to highways concerns and traffic, there'll be limited increase in traffic to the site. This will be mainly agricultural vehicles that can navigate the road network safely and would not intensify the use of the existing arrangement. There is no access or hard landscaping proposed as part of this application. In relation to phosphates, these have been addressed with Natural Resources Wales, who have confirmed that a manure management plan shows an acceptable way of managing discharge from the site, and therefore, due to this, they have no adverse comments from our specialist advisors. There is also a condition to ensure an appropriate management of the land. In terms of neighbour amenity, the nearest residential property is over 200 metres away, so whilst the farming activities may have a marginal increase in noise and smell, these are normal activities in this environment, and given the distances, they will not have an unacceptable impact on neighbouring properties. Overall, it is considered that the scale of the development in this location is acceptable. It is in line with current policy and does not have a harmful impact on the landscape, biodiversity, or amenity of neighbours. Therefore, the application is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions identified in the officer's report.
Thanks, Amy. The local member is Councillor Penny Jones, who isn't on the meeting. We've got no objectors or applicants to speak to us, so I'll put it out to members, and Maureen Powell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say, not for many years now, but I did farm for 30 years, so I'm very well, and I worked on a farm previous to that, so I'm very well versed with farming. I can't see there's a problem with this. Somebody said, oh, it's a long way away from the farm, but if you've got a farm of about 140 acres, they can all be joined together and it could still be that same distance away. And the worry about any animals being in there, it's a different matter. When you've got a farm, manure and things going into the ground, they might soak into the ground, but by the time they've got down to the stream or like that, it has almost become pure water again. This is the same setup as when you have a septic tank in the old days. When you had the septic tank and the soak away, by the time it got out the end, it was clear. And it's a bit of a myth. People worry too much about that, because actually without the manure, the ground wouldn't progress as well as it does. You see them putting artificial manure on to make the grass grow. Well, if you've got the natural one, it's better still. I would propose this. I'm for this because I think anything to help agriculture is a good thing. At the moment, we import a lot of food into this country. Should the war in Ukraine get worse, there will come a time when we need our farmers again, as we did in the last war. They fed the country then. At the moment, there's not enough farming being done to feed the country. But it may come a time when we need them. And I think anything we can do to encourage agriculture of any sort, and I don't think that it's an eyesore, because there's nobody really looking over it. So I'm all for this, and I would propose it's accepted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maureen. Before I look for a seconder there, Tony, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, just one question through the officers regarding the phosphorus levels and what. Are we confident that we are within the guidelines?
Yes, we are. NRW have been consulted, and they are happy in their response in July last year that the manure management plan is acceptable way of discharge from the site, and there will be no adverse increase in phosphates that would be detrimental.
Okay, I second this then, Chair.
Thank you, Tony. Anne?
Yes, I just wanted to second Councillor Powell's proposal. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot. Ben?
Only very briefly, but I know part of this application is that there's already a barn there, so a slightly bigger barn doesn't make any difference. But I wonder, is there any guidance for, creeping development? So, next year another planning application comes along, and they make the barn slightly bigger, and it's okay because this barn's slightly bigger. In 2019, I guess there was no barn in this field, and is there any way of us monitoring that to make sure that we don't have creeping development over a number of years?
Yes, that's a good question. Essentially, we'd be looking at the landscape impact of quite substantial barns on that site and whether they were appropriate. I think the current context means that this extension is acceptable. Its form and scale isn't too excessive on that site. There's plenty of land around it. It's not an incongruous building in the landscape. But if it were to get significantly larger with additional units on there, we would start to have landscape concerns.
Okay, thanks for that. John, did you want to say something or no? Okay. Right, so it's been proposed by Maureen, seconded by Tony and Anne. So if anybody got any other points to raise before we go to the vote? No, okay. Recommended for approval, so after you, Rich. Right, so there's the taskbar, if you'd like to vote now, please. We've got 14 at the moment, so, well, 15 is up, okay?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I can see 15 votes as well now, and they're all for approval, so that motion is passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Denzel. In that case, then, we move on to the next application, which is for the construction of an agricultural fruit store. It's DM 2021/00961. We have got a video and, well, two videos to look at. But first of all, Officer, thing is out of you, Andrew?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's myself for this one. So this is, as you stated, this is a full application that seeks permission for a fruit store building that would be fitted with solar PV panels, as well as an associated compost toilet. And just for the purpose of clarity, it's presented to committee today as there being objection from at least 5 separate households. So that's the site access there you can see on screen. That's the lane outside. Apologies, members, you don't have any other photographs in this presentation, although most of you had the benefit of the site visit yesterday. So this slide here shows the extent of the site, which is edged in blue, and the building proposed is that shown in the red rectangle. So this is the floor plan of the proposed building, as you can see on screen. These are the 2D elevational drawings of the building, and there are some interpretive 3D visuals as well, as you can see on screen. And that's just showing you then a further, the position of the compost toilet location and the existing site entrance there, just noted with the red triangle. So, in terms of evaluation and assessment of the proposal, just to give some background, this is a fruit farm that extends over 3 acres and is a working orchard that has around approximately 300 small fruit trees. And the applicant intends to use this fruit to make specialty drinks and requires a storage unit on site. But for the purpose of clarity, any brewing of the drinks would be taken and done off-site. So this is a single-storey building that would measure 6 metres to the ridge and have a footprint of 6 by 16 metres. And then within the building, it would be used for fruit collection, fruit storage, and fruit crushing. And that fruit crushing would be undertaken by use of a small-scale hydraulic fruit press. And just to note, details of all hard surfacing, so it would include parking areas or any sort of ancillary routes through the site, are to be managed via appropriate planning condition. Firstly, in terms of visual impact, then the proposed building, does use high quality materials, including natural stone and timber and a slate roof. And whilst these are of a high quality than perhaps the more common steel framed metal clad agricultural sheds, it does have some functional characteristics in terms of its scale and large openings. And certainly officers are not of the view that it would be reasonable to refuse the application based on the quality of the finishes and an assumption that all agricultural buildings should be following standardised specifications. And similarly, when considering wider views of the site and the building, it's not considered that it would cause unacceptable harm to the wider rural landscape. In terms of access, as you've seen yesterday, this is taken from adjacent publicly maintained highway, which is an unclassified rural lane. But owing to the nature of the development, it is considered that limited parking and transport provisions are required. And this does indeed accord with the comments made by the Council's highways engineers, who would advise that they envisage that the movements generated by the proposed storage building would not be detrimental to the capacity or safety of the immediate highway network. However, the engineer does state that it would be advisable to improve the access to ensure that the transition from and to the public highway is as safe and convenient as possible, and that they recommend the access is hard surface for a minimum distance of 10 metres from the edge of the public highway. And this is indeed set out in condition 4 of the officer's report. However, I would note that this land that would be required by that condition sits outside of the application site, and I would therefore recommend that if that this would fail to meet the sort of conditions tests as the land is outside the site, and therefore that condition be removed. With regard to on-site parking, as noted earlier, details of all the hard surfacing that's required would be managed by a planning condition. In terms of phosphates, we've discussed on a number of applications this afternoon. The application has been screened in accordance with the Natural Resources interim guidance. And it's considered that this development is unlikely to increase the phosphate inputs as it falls within the criteria set out within that advice. A septic tank was originally proposed, but concerns were raised with this, and it's now proposed to use a compost toilet. And this has been subject to full consultation with NRW, who offer no objections, subject to the condition that is contained within the officer's report. In terms of ecology and biodiversity, a preliminary ecological assessment, a PEA, has been submitted in support of the application. NRW have recommended compliance with section 6.2 of this survey. Note that this condition is not actually in the recommended conditions, and therefore if members are recommended and minded to approve the application, that an additional condition requiring compliance with section 6.2 of the PEA, and that covers bat and bird boxes, that be included on any planning permission granted. So in conclusion, subject to the removal of condition 4 and the imposition of an additional condition requiring compliance with section 6.2 of the ecology appraisal, on that basis it's recommended for approval to you members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. The local members, Penny Jones, Penny Jones, who isn't with us, so we'll dispense with that. Andrew, would you like to just give Richard something straightforward that he can put in the recommendation, so that when we get to that, we don't have to do it 3 times? I think Denzel would appreciate that. Right, members. Oh, sorry, we've got some objections, haven't we? We've got some videos to show. First one is from Dick Cole, who's an objector who I believe lives across the road.
Try it again.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I am a retired chartered town planner and live opposite the development site. I also speak on behalf of objectors, neighbouring objectors, Mr. and Mrs. Lever, and reflect the views of many other objectors. We do not agree with the case officer's evaluation and believe that refusals should have been recommended. In short, we consider that 1. A new building of this size and for this use in open countryside is unjustified when the council's policy and government policy is that any approval should be for exceptional reasons and emphasises the use of existing buildings. Secondly, the size of the building is clearly disproportionate to the output of only about 2 acres of young fruit trees. And thirdly, it is reasonable to expect all the processing of the produce of a small orchard to be carried out elsewhere. The job creation element of the application would be unaffected, and the scope for further development might be increased. Indeed, the applicant has indicated that he may wish to use the building for other purposes, such as brewing, and we are concerned that the approval of the fruit shed is interpreted as encouraging his expectations of further approvals that will justify the substantial costs of this building. As the case officer's report says, the access tract to this site is not in the applicant's ownership. Therefore, compliance with the recommended condition 4 would require the consent of other parties, a requirement flouted without planning permission by the stripping and resurfacing of a grassy track with a layer of scalpings this last week. We respectfully ask that a decision be deferred until uncertainties about access matters can be fully considered. And Mr. Lever, a frontager to this track, has written to the council to this effect. Nevertheless, if the committee is minded to approve the application, we at least ask that 2 conditions be amended. Firstly, that condition 3 should end as, and I quote, "and no fruit, beer or other product ingredients shall be imported to the site, and no retailing should be undertaken at the site." The reason for the condition would also need amendment to ensure that no retailing takes place as well as no industrial uses. This would minimise ambiguity and reassure us that the planning authority has full control over any changes of use of the building. And secondly, that condition 4 should require the hard surfacing of the access track to be fully carried out prior to starting the construction of the building. The recent soft surfacing is very unlikely to cope with construction traffic. Thank you very much for listening.
There was a couple of points that there. The access lane, my understanding is it would be a civil matter outside of the scope of any deliberations that we might have here. You can actually get planning permission on anybody's land. Either of you could get planning permission to build on my garden, but whether I let you is an entirely different thing. You know that is one of the issues there. There were a couple of points about conditions, though. Do you want to deal with those?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, I think that in terms of the point about condition 4, we've already discussed, and the officer advice is that that's simply removed, and that sort of maintenance of that for between the interested parties that have sort of any sort of interest of that. In terms of condition 3 that the Speaker requested amending, I'm just going to, Ben, you bear with me, members, just get that in front of me just for my own purposes. I mean, the officer's view, it's been drafted in a way that is unambiguous. It's pretty clear what the exclusive uses of that building would be, without going into detail about specifically excluding uses that aren't included. anything outside of the wording of that current condition 3 would require a subsequent application to come back before us and to consider, be that brewing, be that importing matters, i.e. fruit from outside the site. All of that would be captured if plans change in the future and the applicant anticipated that was needed. So as we've discussed on previous applications, it's within members' gift to amend the conditions if they see fit. But certainly officer advice is that the condition as worded is captures what's proposed in its essence, would prohibit, without breaching that condition, any activities outside of that. But I'll leave it to members to debate that point in course.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Before we play the next video, I'll go back to the two hands that are up. But has anybody seen the note from Stephen Garrett? They've lost the video at home?
I think that was before it was played.
It was before it was played, was it? Oh, okay. Are you okay with that now, Stephen? Thumb up?
Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah, it was just a brief delay, that was all.
Okay, all right, thanks for that. Right then, Ben, do you want to come in now, or do you want to see the next video from the...
It's just very briefly to, I guess, touch on that point that Andrew just mentioned in terms of things being brought to the site. I noticed in the application that the applicant mentioned they might have an option on some additional fruit trees in the area. I don't know if they're adjacent to the property, but as this application stands, are you saying that they would not be allowed to bring fruit from those local fruit trees that they've been offered fruit from?
Yeah, as it stands, the building is to serve the land on which it sits, as is agriculture in its nature, isn't it? Its buildings, etc., serve the land and are provided from the land in terms of being self-sufficient to that degree. So if any fruit was to be brought off-site from wherever it might be, that would need to come back before us, and that would also need us to consider with our colleagues in highways about any additional traffic movements that might generate, any disturbance that might cause to third parties. So it's a fairly safe approach, but I think it's a reasonable and proportionate approach that this building, as designed and as sort of put forward to you, is just for the fruit that's generated from its self-sufficient site. And we say we can't consider hypotheticals of what might happen, but if it did, it need to be considered carefully in the future.
Okay, thanks for that. Jane?
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if you could clarify. You mentioned about the composting toilet. Is there also permission being sought for the private sewage treatment, or has that now been withdrawn? And my other question was, the application says that it's for an agricultural building / eco building. I just wondered if you could clarify that, please, because in my view, it should be either one or the other. How do you clarify an eco building? For example, is it because there are solar panels on the roof? In which case, there are residential dwellings that have solar panels on the roof, but I don't call them eco buildings, I call them residential. Thank you.
No, that's a really good point, actually. Yeah, I think the phrase eco building perhaps could be interpreted one of two ways, or multiple ways. But in terms of the use of the building, I think that is explicitly controlled through condition 3. In terms of any potential use for agriculture, use of land for agricultural purposes is not development, so it could in theory be used for agriculture, but by the nature of the development, the building is serving produce that's produced from the site, it is considered to sort of fall within that remit. So, and hence the discussion about and concerns if material was being brought on site, which wouldn't be an agricultural use. And to your first point, Councillor, in regard to the drainage arrangement, yeah, it is only now proposed for that compost toilet. The other original proposal is not before us for the reasons and concerns that were outlined in the report and presentation. So it's just the compost toilet. Thank you.
Yeah, I know there's other people with their hands up, but I think we're in danger of talking about things that might be in the next video. So we'll have the next video first, and then I'll go to those who've got their hands up.
Hello everybody, I am Tom Newman. I am a chartered environmentalist, first degree in environmental pollution science, second degree in environmental engineering. Whilst formerly qualified in environmental fields, which is a discipline that I'm very, very passionate about, I became engrossed in my life hobby, which is craft beer and real ales, around 20 years ago. Since I've become one of Wales's main craft brewer consultants, and in my passion of producing beer, I've been looking for ways to environmentally produce something which is sustainable and taking a product forward for obviously future and not having such a consequence on the environment. I have looked at the process of brewing, which basically involves mashing in a mash tun, then boiling in a boiling vessel, and latter stage of fermentation to reduce the environmental impact. And part of that process seemed to integrate with Monmouthshire's natural resources and ability for agricultural fruit growing to blend crushed fruit in with the brewing, which in part of the process allows us to have a local produced product. But the secondary part of that process allows us to have a really, really flavoursome end product in a fruit beer, which we could develop through a sustainable design within the grounds of Monmouthshire. So set out in this project initially was to work with Monmouthshire Planning Department to find a suitable base for an orchard, which we did in Gwehelog, with kind pre-planning advice from the planning officers, and we looked for an integrated design that allowed us to have the right height footprint to fit the vessels which are required to store the fruit crush that will happen seasonally once a year in fairly sizable volumes, but obviously that's only because it's seasonal a set process volume, which we had to look at carefully. Second to that was to find a base whereby we could have a guided sustainable footprint that looks in keeping with the surrounding areas. And again, we took advice from pre-planning advice there before submitting our full application, and we went for something which we felt was quite a sympathetic environmental and sustainable design that allows us to look at ground source heating, solar power, and off-grid basically operation. So really for this overall plan, we've looked at something that integrates both process, building design and sustainability. But in terms of the final product, what we're looking to do is to have something which can be community-based as well, so we can integrate community farms. We can also look at recycling some of the waste produce to local farmers, and also integrating some of the local community for the harvest season, which would be typically around September, for where the fruit are picked from those trees, and produce an excellent quality beer that Monmouthshire hopefully will be really proud of.
Okay, there was a couple of points there that that sort of infringed on what we were talking about before, about scaling up. So I'm just wondering if we should be doing anything about that. He's going to require additional planning to cover some of the activities he was talking about in the video, isn't he? Or is he?
So as Andrew's outlined, Chair, if the condition is worded in a way that it only is from this site at the moment, if he does expand the business in the future, officers are presenting that condition to members to have that management of the site at the moment. If a further application is needed at a later date, the applicant would have the opportunity to make that application. Members have been asked to consider what's in front of them, and obviously, as we've talked about this afternoon, it's in your gift to change those conditions if you would wish to do so. But we are looking at the application as it's presented to you today. If the applicant wishes to do anything further in the future, a further application will be required.
Yeah, thanks for that. I just thought it would be worth clarifying that before we entered into the debate. In that case, then, Emma.
Yes, I was just going to raise something that we raised on site. Really, was the waste products and what would happen to them. And he did vaguely suggest that perhaps they could be distributed locally, but he didn't clarify on that. And so I didn't know if we needed to raise that, whether the waste scratted apple would be disposed of on site or taken away. Thank you.
Thanks for that. What, Andrew?
Yeah, I'd be wondering just thinking how difficult that would be to condition, actually, in terms of how reasonable that would be needed to make the development acceptable. I mean, it's certainly plausible if they are looking to share the sort of waste apples with local farmers, local residents, whoever it might be. But in terms of the mechanism for doing that and controlling that and managing that, I think that probably it takes it slightly out of the remit of the sort of conditions test that we would need to have to apply. And if they choose to undertake sort of that sort of community sort of give back, then okay, laudable. But I don't think it's really within the gift of this consent to sort of try and control or manage that. I think it'd be pretty difficult to enforce.
So we don't need to ask what he will do with his waste, what he has plans to do with all the waste product that he produces.
In terms of specific waste management plan, if that's more what you were thinking rather than sort of this sort of community give back, if members were minded to think that a specific waste management plan condition was required, then we could condition that. But I was more concerned if there was a desire to sort of control how they distribute that to third parties. But at a very sort of basic level, then yeah, a waste management plan is something that an additional condition we could look to. But where it goes from there then is perhaps slightly beyond our control.
We did consider, in a similar situation earlier on, getting, in this case, a waste management plan and referring that to the delegated panel rather than it coming back. Would that be appropriate this time, Craig? Would members be happy if we did that? Because I think Emma's got quite a valid point here. We'll do that then, Emma, if that's okay with you. All right, thanks for that. We've done Jane, so Sue?
Just share a thought, really. If it seems to me that if we were approving a building in a rural site, it should be no bigger than is necessary for the purpose outlined in the application, and that is one enormous shed for a very small amount of apples. Was it a few acres? Wasn't it a couple of acres? So I've just got concerns that it's not proportionate to the. If we're contemplating giving permission for something. For a storage and crushing facility specifically for the fruit that's produced on that patch of land, on the land in question, that shed is, to my mind, really out of proportion. And I'd want to see evidence that that I would want to be satisfied that it was necessary to be that size.
Andrew, have you got any comment on that?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's a good point. I mean, I think some of the floor plans, particularly that in the design access statement, which has sort of formed the basis for one of the conditions, sort of sets out how it would function. And I appreciate the point about it sort of being proportionate to the size of the land and the potential number of apples generated. We haven't got any sort of specific elaborate details on that, but I think based on the sort of parts of the process that would take place on this site in terms of storage, crushing, and you've seen the large sort of vault tanks, etc., on the video there. As officers, we feel that based on what footprint and what floor plan has been put to us and the need to have a building with that height for those tanks is proportionate, and balanced with that then is I suppose when you talk about the scale of the building, it's intrinsically linked to its harm to the wider rural landscape. And I think a key point in this case is that officers are satisfied that the size of that building does not cause an acceptable landscape harm to the wider rural setting, which it is clearly a very rural setting. So I think balancing with the floor plan that's provided, the information we've got in terms of, they say, the containers, the press, balanced with the landscaped impact as it stands for a building of that size, we as officers don't feel there's grounds there to refuse on the issue of size of building comparable to the size of the land holding.
Thank you.
Okay, Sue.
Hello. My comment is really a combination of the last two. I have 5 fruit trees that produce a huge amount of fruit over a very short period. It does produce a huge amount of waste, so I am concerned that he sort of briefly touched on giving it to local farmers, because you're not wheelbarrowing that away. But also the containers for craft beers that were showed, they are enormous, and they also, in my view, would probably generate a lot of heat. So the size of the building would seem to me to be probably what you would expect. It is the huge amount of waste and how you would get rid of it that bothers me.
Yes, good point. But I think we'll probably have covered that off. But yeah, good point. Marion.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant is. I do know the applicant. He's got a shop in the Usk on Bridge Street. I have talked to him with regards to the application. With regards the waste, he currently gives it to a nearby farm for animal feed, and he has suggested that he could compost as well to use for his own self. I think there was suspicion about the design being too good, but from my conversation from him, that was something that was discussed at a pre-planning stage with the planning officer, and it was felt that something that was in keeping with the area was the best way forward. So that's why he chose such an amazing design. I think we should, in my opinion, maybe applaud his design. It's the design itself, but also the sustainability of it as well. Is the environmental sustainability of it is sort of practically off-grid, isn't it? Which is really good to see. And I do note that one of the comments that was put in yesterday was from our own MP, David Davis, requesting that we look positively at it and to encourage bringing this investment into our area. So I would be certainly behind approving it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Jan?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I've missed something here. These vessels, in which the crushed material is going to be stored, there will come a point where this needs to be cleaned. Is that going to be done chemically? What will happen to any water? I'm not quite sure of the answer. Or are they steam cleaned? How does that process is covered?
Plan. Again, that will be part of the waste management plan, but certainly noted. Jane.
Thanks for your presentation, Andrew. I noted as part of it you mentioned parking and hard standing will be managed by a planning condition. However, when we visited yesterday on site, we did notice that works have already started with regards to the access to the site. A large amount of vegetation has been taken down. There was a large mound of soil, and hard standing has already been put down, which may likely have caused damage to the habitat that was there. Therefore, my question is, should we be partly looking at a retrospective planning permission in light that some works to the site have already been carried out?
Well, the works, as I understand, to the is the access track, and apologies, members, for not being on site yesterday. If works have been carried out on the access track, as covered in the presentation, that sits outside of the blue line boundary of the application. So any works that are carried out in that space to that surface don't form part of this application, and again sort of reiterates the point of removing that element and removing condition 4 because of that reason. So in terms of any sort of mounds of soil or whatever that is currently deposited within the blue line, I suppose that's whether is that development, is that a sort of I would suggest perhaps not, and that the hard landscaping, so the details were for the parking paths, etc., can be considerably be covered, and that would be then the extent then of hard landscape. Not envisaged that it needs a huge amount of landscaping, but it wasn't present in the details, and that's why we thought it was appropriate that is covered, so that there's not unnecessary excessive hard landscaping contained within what is a rural landscape. So I think just look back to your original point, those works to that track, I say, sit outside the application site, and therefore I wouldn't consider any sort of unauthorised start in the absence of planning permission. They are of their own merits and would be need to consider just as that.
Craig?
Just want to confirm, Councillor McKenna, that I think it's only come to our attention yesterday that work was undertaken. We need to investigate that and to consider if it's development and it needs planning consent in its own right. So that will be, as Andrew just said, dealt with separately, but we will investigate that separately. And if it does need planning consent, then it'll go through the planning application process.
Maureen?
Thank you, Chairman. What puzzles me, if he's really serious about doing this, why hasn't he cleared the rubbish around those small fruit trees? If he doesn't do it before long, several of those are going to just die. I mean, if you're producing trees to produce fruit, you want to give them the best chance you can. And if you see anywhere else, you mow around them and give them light and that, and it just seems very strange. He's sort of almost putting the cart before the horse. He isn't going to have any fruit unless he looks after them better. That's the first thing. Grow your trees and get your fruit. I mean, I know you've got a shed to put in it, but they didn't look very happy, some of those small trees, did they? But that's just an observation.
Thanks, Maureen. Jill?
I'm feeling uncomfortable that while it's a wonderful concept, a good idea, and it'd be wonderful to do, it just feels like there's too many questions, and the fact that perhaps the application is for something that was a prelude to something else, and I don't know, it just it doesn't sit right with me that we should be. There's so many questions about the waste management and everything else, and the fact that the building is so much bigger than that suits the purpose that we're looking at the application for, doesn't feel right to be building such a big building for that application. It just doesn't settle right. It feels like we need more information or the intention, or while the concept is brilliant, applaud the concept, and it just feels like there's too many unknowns and feels uncomfortable.
Are you suggesting that that it should be deferred while we wait for the waste management plan? And I don't quite feel that we're at that stage, but you can propose it if that's what you wish.
Just seems to be too many inconsistencies of the intent.
Tony, do you want to help out here?
While it's brilliant.
Put your mic on.
Yeah,
You got the same problem as me?
I don't know. I second what Councillor Bond is saying, because we're getting to the point where we need more information on what we need to do, so I would prefer deferral. Okay.
Whilst it's a brilliant concept and idea, want to support it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll just get all the rest of the comments in, Jill, and then we'll see where we are. So Stephen, you're next.
I'd just like to echo what Councillor Powell said about, you know, the fact that it didn't. I've got apple trees and pear trees in my garden, and there didn't seem to be much maturity of trees around the area. So I'm concerned that he might end up bringing in produce from other areas, and that might exacerbate traffic on the roads. And I think Councillor Callard also mentioned about the site. It didn't appear very level, and I've just looked at the design and access statement, and there's no reference to any kind of levelling of the site, and that could make a lot of earth that's going to have to be moved away from the site as well. And also the parking isn't very specific in the design and access statement. It's mentioned about having some space, but it doesn't specify. I'd expect a site like this to have a specific amount of spaces for vehicles, so that, you know, what types of vehicles are going to be coming there, and you know, if it's going to come from fruit trees in the area, then he's not going to need too many spaces. But there's a potential for this to become a kind of a more intensive business, and I think one of the objectives was about the fear of a shop as well, and that's going to increase it. It's the narrow roads around there as well. We drove around there yesterday, so we know what it's. But thank you.
We certainly did, and I can see Sue nodding in the background there. Jane and Jan, you've already come in once. Is it something quick, Jane?
Yeah. Sorry, quite quick. I just want to pick up on what Maureen said, actually. I think the point is with this gentleman, he does have he's a graduate of ecology. Those are quite young fruit trees. Farming methods are changing all the time. You know, I'm sure that he will have considered allowing the undergrowth to grow, and things move on all the time are moving on all the time in farming. So it may be intentional that he's not going to be picking any fruit this year because these are young trees, and that may well be part of his plan. The second thing I want to speak on, some of the other people have said, obviously there are some apple growers amongst us. I don't know if anyone's ever visited Stowford Press in Herefordshire. The apple season is very short. It's about 4 to 6 weeks. And they have their own orchards there. They have vast orchards. But there is the thing that they do is they allow anyone in the area who's got a small, even if they've got one apple tree in the garden, they can come along and bring apples to go into the press, you know, at the farm gate, as it were. And I wonder whether that might be something to consider, that, you know, that people could contribute as, you know, sort of community involvement.
Well, again, that's one of the queries that can be picked up.
Yeah. But it's a period of about 4 to 6 weeks. That's all it is. It's not an all-year thing. And that's all I wanted to say.
I know Denzel wants to come in, but Jane, is it quick? As I say, you know, we're having people having a second go at this now.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to second Councillor Bond's suggestion of maybe just deferring this application until we have more information. Also with regards to the positioning of where the building is as well, because if there are access issues, whilst I acknowledge that's a civil matter, it could be that if permission was granted and they couldn't have the access, that they would then look to put access up the side of the field, in which case that could scar the landscape with that access. Personally, I'd prefer to see it down the bottom of the field. It's further away from neighbouring dwellings, which would help when during the processing stage if it's noisy. Also, during harvest time, sort of October, it can get quite wet and muddy. And personally, I'm sure people would prefer to bring the apples and the fruit downhill rather than uphill. So I would like the location of it to be reconsidered and the application deferred. Thank you.
Though that was the only relatively flat spot, I think. Anyway, point taken. Dale, and then I'm going to go to recommendation then. Dale?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious as to what would constitute a small industrial unit, because the size of it, to me, it's more industrial size rather than a store. The fact that the gentleman is processing fruit in the premises means, for me, that it's going through an industrial process to extract that juice and to store it. Therefore, I'd like to understand what is considered a fruit store and what is considered a small industrial unit. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Dale. Everybody's had a fair airing on this. We do have a proposal from Jill that it be... Denzil.
Thank you, Chair. I just thought, as a number of new members, I might explain the process for voting and that there's been a deferral so that members are fully au fait on what's going to happen next then. So, as the members of, as I believe there's now been a proposal and a second for deferral, I think the first thing we need to do is for Craig to be able to clarify exactly what additional information is being asked for when it comes back to the planning committee. There'll then be a vote to defer the motion or not. So if you want to defer the motion for additional, if you want to defer for additional information, you would vote in favour of that motion. If you don't, if you think you've got enough information to make the decision already, you can vote against that motion. If that motion passes, then it will be deferred. If it doesn't, then we'll go back to the floor for a motion to propose just to vote in favour of the application. So if you would like more information, you would then vote in favour of this motion. If you think you've already got enough information, you can vote against that motion. If enough people think they've got enough information, we'll go back to the floor for a propose and a seconder in favour then. All right, thank you.
Yeah, okay. I don't think you intended to confuse us, Denzel, but you certainly did.
Sorry, Chair. The first thing we definitely need to do then is for Craig to clarify.
Hang on a minute. First of all, Craig needs to, if we are going to defer, Craig needs to determine just what are the grounds for deferral. What I'll do after he's done that is we'll ask Denzel to give us a blow-by-blow account, so we do one thing at a time rather than try and make sense of what he was telling us. So Craig, can you...
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Denzel. Thank you, members. Obviously, there's a number of concerns there, and you are considering deferring the application. I think we need to give the applicants some clear guidance on that if we are going to defer in terms of what information the members require. Obviously, case officers are satisfied that it is an agricultural building, and we have that condition free to ensure that. So I think we need to clarify exactly what information the applicant needs to submit for members to consider this as a later meeting. And for him to be aware of all of the concerns, really. So I've made 3 items. Justification for the size of the building. Councillor Riley was satisfied with the size of the building from what you said, Councillor. But if we got the applicant to submit more information to outline the size of the cylinders, that information, the justification for the 60 metres in length, that was one of the points that I did itemise. Second point I itemised was justification for the hard standing. I think Councillor Garrant mentioned about that in terms of parking for employees, so maybe some more additional information with regards to that. We've obviously got the waste management plan from Councillor Bryn and obviously Councillor Butler with regards to cleaning the cylinders as well. So there's 3 things there which I've identified from the discussions. If there's anything else, if members can raise now, I know Councillor McKenna, you did discuss the location. I'm not sure whether other members were of the same view with that, or other members were satisfied with the location, but that is something I think that we need to give the applicant some steer on. I would suggest those 3 items that I've just mentioned are the reason why members are considering deferring it, but obviously if members did want to defer for any other reason or want any more information, can you make us aware now?
Yeah, well, there was the issue of people bringing things on site, but that isn't part of this application at the moment as such. But I think it would be worth clarifying if there was surplus produce around. And people wanted to donate it to site. I think that's worth covering off at this stage.
Yes, we can certainly ask the applicant. Again, I think a case officer is satisfied by condition 3 in terms of it is that site, but we can get further information from the applicant if that is what members would like.
Okay, Ben?
I wondered, just there was Dale's point as well about what constitutes a fruit store, and then are industrial processes going to be happening there in terms of crushing and storing fruit in vats, like whether that is within the scope of this application. And also, I don't know, I know so far we've been having representations digitally because of COVID laws, but it might be helpful in this instance if the applicant would be willing for them to come here, and then we could ask these questions directly. It could make the process easier.
Yeah, well, that's always how it was, and it was much better. But nevertheless, that's what we're stuck with at the moment. I'm sure you would be pleased to come. Jill, and then I'm going to take instructions from Denzel then.
So you were just mentioning about people bringing their apples to the site.
Yeah.
And so really what we need to know is the usage of the place, you know, not necessarily access, because that's not part of this, but the actual, how often someone's going to be there, and the, how many vehicles are going to be in and out and all that sort of thing.
Yes, but so at the moment that isn't the case. So this is something additional which has been mentioned today, because the condition 3 just says it is just from this site. So that isn't something that is before members today. If members are satisfied that they're happy for organic fruit to be coming in from outside of the site, then the applicant certainly can bring that information, and you can consider that if you feel that's appropriate. In terms of the industrial process, again, we are satisfied as case officers to advise you that this is agricultural use. Andrew's done a lot of research into the case law in terms of this being agricultural use, and again, that condition ensures that it is fruit collection, fruit storage, and fruit crushing only. So it's only the crushing of the fruit, and then it's taken away and brewed. I'm not sure what the concept is in terms of making it into a substance, but an alcoholic substance, but that happens elsewhere. So it is literally, we are satisfied it is agriculture. But again, justification for the size, justification for the hard standing, waste management and maintenance plan, and some more information with regards to fruit coming from elsewhere. They're the 4 items that members seem to be. So if there's any other items, again, please let now, but I would take those as the items as the reasons why we're deferring, if that is what members would like to do. Maintenance, yeah. Maintenance for the cleaning of the cylinders, yeah.
There is a comment from Sue in the chat. If we defer, I would ask for requests for evidence of the bulk of equipment, harvest, etc., against the size of the shed. So.
The justification for the size.
Yeah, it is in there, so that's okay. Right then, Denzel, if you would like to give us a blow-by-blow account of what you expect us to do.
Thank you, Chair. And sorry for confusing the matter earlier. So, yeah, the motion in front of members is to defer. So the effect of that would be that the officers would go away then, obtain further information as requested, and then come back and represent it at a later committee date. So if you would like that to happen, you vote in favour of this motion. If, however, you feel you have enough information to make the decision today, you can vote against that motion. If enough people vote against it, then we'll deal with that then. However, it seems like people are going to vote for it. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, so the proposal at the moment is that Richard puts up a vote bar in the chat to defer the application, and that's all we need to do. If everybody's happy with that, if anybody's got any alternative, then I need to hear it. No?
Do you need to propose that?
Jill proposed it, and Tony seconded it. So, Richard, you could do that, please.
We've now had 14 responses. 11 are for deferral and 3 are against deferral. sorry, it's now 16 responses, 13 for deferral, 3 against deferral. So that motion is passed and the item will be deferred. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Denzel. In that case, we move on to the next application, which is 01693. This is the demolition of the building that we went to see in Chepstow yesterday. And who's presenting that, Amy?
Thank you very much. Yes. This application is DM 2021-01693 for the demolition of the existing dwelling and erection of a replacement dwelling and additional dwelling at the property known as Overdale 1 St Lawrence Road, Chepstow. So the application is before committee today due to the recommendation of Chepstow Town Council for refusal and neighbour objections. So Overdale is located at the edge of Chepstow Town, set to the northeast of the Wye Valley Link Road, overlooking the roundabout between the A48 and the A466. The site has at present one dwelling in poor condition positioned at the front of the site with a large long garden to the rear. So the photograph shows the existing building on the site, which has been unoccupied for some time. The application seeks permission for a replacement dwelling in the position of the current house and to build an additional dwelling at the rear of the site, both accessed from the existing entry point off St Lawrence Road. The second slide shows the rear of the existing property and views looking towards the adjacent property to the north, Mayhill. The next slide shows the existing garage to the rear and wider views of the adjacent property to the north. The garage is proposed to be demolished as part of this scheme. So moving on, the slides show the extent of the large rear garden and the 2 specimen trees located to the northwestern boundary of the site. These trees are to be retained as part of the application. Additionally, the substantial hedge to the southeastern border shall also be retained. So the next photos show the rear of the site looking towards the rear of the properties along Newport Road and the rear conservatory of number 1 Hilltop. Turning north-west, the photographs show the side elevation of Hedgerows, which is that property there with the satellite dish, and the adjacent property to the northwest, and another picture of the tree to this boundary. Again, that tree is to be retained. And the site plan, I should be on that, there we go. And the next slide will show the site plan. Shows the position of the site in relation to the other properties identified above. The proposed site plan here shows a replacement dwelling at the front of the site. As you can see, the green dotted line shows the position of the existing dwelling at the front, which is occupying more or less the same position. The access to the front of the site is retained and extended to the rear along the southeastern boundary adjacent to Whipple trees. The yellow line indicates the 2-metre high proposed 2-metre high close-boarded fence to the 3 sides of the rear plot, and an additional dwelling is located to the rear with the parking and turning area identified to the front of the new dwelling. Additional tree planting is proposed to the rear of this boundary, as you can see in the green at the top there. So moving on to the floor plans, the replacement dwelling is orientated in a linear position with the site and the main elevations facing front and rear. Only bathrooms and dressing rooms have obscure glazing to the side elevation. The main living areas to the ground floor are positioned looking towards the road and the rear of the site. The elevations next show the replacement dwelling. To the front elevation, the road has a large area of full height glazing up front. Given the plan, the entrance to the side of the dwelling is set back towards the rear, meaning the main gable will be the dominant feature of the design. Again, the northwest elevation shows obscure glazing serving bathrooms and dressing rooms. The property will be 8.3 metres high. The next slide shows the new dwelling to the rear, comprising of a 4-bedroom detached house, again orientated front to back on the site, with all windows at the front and rear of the property. The elevations show a very simple design and palette of materials that are found in the local area. The roof form has been amended in line with officers' concerns, and the building, as proposed, is now 7.5 metres high. So the policy framework is set out in the officer's report, which presumes in favour of development within this area, subject to the usual material considerations. The guidance set out in the supplementary planning guidance relating to infill development is also considered in the officer's report, and the proposals are also considered in line with this guidance. There are a number of objections in relation to the application which relate to key issues. These include objections over the overdevelopment of the site and that it's not in keeping with the surrounding area. In response, officers do not agree that proposals constitute overdevelopment. If we could just go back to the site plan, please. Thank you. So the site plan shows a substantial garden to the rear of the existing dwelling and that there is sufficient space for an additional dwelling at this site with its own amenity space. The form of development, the surrounding and the proposed additional dwelling is akin to that as proposed, so it would assimilate appropriately within that environment. There are also concerns over loss of privacy and overlooking. Related to the above are concerns over the loss of privacy created by the new dwelling. The proposed new dwelling has been orientated to ensure that there are no windows overlooking the properties to the northwest or southeast. The windows to the rear of the property are within the tolerable distances set out within the infill supplementary planning guidance and are therefore policy compliant. The rear of the proposed dwelling faces the side elevation of the property to the rear, which is number 1 hilltop, which is set at 14.5 metres to the carport and 19.3 metres to the rear conservatory, so within the guidelines of 15 metres. All the other distances are well above 15 metres and are considered acceptable. There are highways concerns over the access, and these concerns are raised over the length of the driveway and its width, requesting passing places. The driveway is 66 metres long, however, only 13 metres of this is shared. There is visibility from front to the back of the site, and given the drive only serves one property, it is not considered necessary to add passing bays to the length of the driveway, as there will be a very low level of use of this driveway. There's also concerns over the retention of established trees. Concerns were raised over the loss of the trees on the site. However, these established trees are now shown to be retained and are in a suitable condition, requiring a method statement of the protection of the root protection zones to these trees to ensure they're maintained throughout demolition and construction. The tree officer has requested that this condition be amended to add that the method statement shall be made in accordance with BS standard BS 5837. Overall, it is considered that development is in accordance with the LDP policies and supplementary planning guidance. Therefore, the conditions specified in the officer's report and the application is recommended for approval.
Okay, thanks, Amy. The local member is Councillor Paul Pavia, who I notice is online. So, Paul, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak and raise concerns expressed by a number of residents in the locality who will be impacted if this planning application is approved. I think all residents are united in the belief that the demolition of this derelict house is a welcome move and long overdue. All they are asking for is that any new development that replaces the existing property uses the same footprint and that is this of similar form, character, size and scale. I think no more or no less. However, I think the application in front of us this afternoon is far from a simple like-for-like replacement. Not only is the development footprint larger than the existing one, the orientation is completely different, a full 90 degrees shift, which is completely at odds with all those houses on St Lawrence Road. But in addition to that substantial change, the applicant also wants to build a further 4-bedroom dwelling to the rear of the replacement property. Now, this proposal is, in my view, a significant infill and raises a number of difficult questions about the impact on local ecology. And I heard what the presenting planning officer said about the removal of the holding objection by the tree officer, but also the impact and loss of amenity for several residents due to additional car movements, associated pollution in terms of noise, light and air, on what is one of the most challenging stretches of road in the county, and which abuts an air quality management zone. You will see at item 5.2 the considerable list of concerns that residents have raised, and 5.3 my general overarching concerns. So I'm not going to go through the whole list, as you've been here, I think, long enough this afternoon already. However, I hope you have appraised yourself of those wide-ranging concerns, which have caused considerable local anxiety. And I would just briefly highlight some of the most pertinent ones in my view. So in relation to the replacement dwelling, residents have serious concerns over the statement by the planning case officer who authored the report at 6.13 that the replacement dwelling being orientated at 90 degrees sideways and not front facing is somehow in keeping with the other properties on St Lawrence Road, given that they are all of front facing orientation. So this is not just an aesthetically subjective design matter. This will produce a fundamentally different outlook to form that is currently there with the houses on that row. And while I appreciate the architect has updated the plans by reducing the amount of glass that will be used and will be visible from the front elevation, the replacement will still be visually incongruous because its orientation is completely at odds with the properties that surround it. However, in this application, I think the creation of an additional dwelling to the rear of the plot, which is the most troubling aspect of this application, and probably the most troubling aspect for local residents as well. This is significant overdevelopment and completely unjustified in my view. This element of the application will impact those residents to the side and rear of the plot, for those living in Hilltop, and particularly those living on Newport Road. Now, those residents living particularly on Newport Road are on one of the busiest and most polluting roads in South Wales, the A48, which, leaving High Beach roundabout, is in an air quality management zone. Now, those residents value their garden space. It's a tranquil haven for them. Amenity which is not afforded to them at the front of their properties, which sit right on the roadside. If this application is approved, they will be impacted not just by overlook and loss of privacy, but also by traffic disturbance and by additional car movements and associated air, noise and light pollution that will come with it. So residents question the point made by the report's author in a conclusion at 6.15 as to how the erection of a new dwelling in a space that was hitherto a garden will somehow enhance the local character. So I think you must satisfy yourself of that issue, and that will be the case. Again, in the report, I think to allude to the fact that this is one of the most sustainable sites in the county, I think is a complete fallacy. I think those of you who live near Chepstow will understand the location. For those who are not familiar to the town, I hope you had a good look at the surrounding location yesterday on your visit. You know, the challenging road infrastructure, traffic stress, air pollution, the topographical challenges from getting to A to B across the town and up and down from the town to exact any sort of business. I would have raised this point, and I have raised this point on a number of previous applications in my ward that have been in or adjacent to the air quality management zone. I think the policy apex should be clear to all of us.
To wind up, please, Paul.
Yeah. Okay. So, Chair, am I allowed to come back to conclude after this? Have I got to respond at the end?
Yeah, you got 2 minutes at the end.
Okay, so the policy apex should be very clear to us. In 2019, this authority called a climate emergency, which was unanimously passed. And that is in effect a critical incident warning, like a public health warning. It must affect business continuity as well as policy, practice and implementation. So I think to pass this planning application with the additional element and with all the impact that it will have on the ecology and local residents, it completely flies in the face of calling that climate emergency. So I would like you obviously to consider this application, do your due diligence, and I will come back then to conclude at the end. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. And Yeah, we will bring you in at the end, but you utilised all of your 6 minutes, so it'll have to be very brief. We have got no other items, but Amy needs to come back on those points that you raised. So.
Yeah, thank you. I just thought it'd be an opportunity to provide a bit of a response and maybe clarity on some of those points there. So I've made some notes. Hopefully I'll pick up on all of them. If I don't, please let me know. So you mentioned air quality, and it is an air quality management zone. However, this is one additional dwelling. Environmental health will be consulted and raise no objections in relation to air quality management. There's also mention of light and noise pollution. If we could go back to the slide, I think it's one of the first photographs, please, just to show the entrance of the site. There we go. So the adjacent property, Whipple Trees, there on the side is separated by a closed boarded fence, and there's a garage on the other side. So in terms of noise and light pollution, especially from car lights shining in as they're coming into that access off the road, that is going to be quite minimal in terms of the impact on Whipple Trees, the adjacent property there. And obviously they will be continuing down into the site, which again is enclosed by a closed boarded fence and additional tree planting to the rear to try and protect the amenity of neighbouring properties. And again, as I say, this is only one dwelling, so there'll be limited car movements in and out during that day. We mentioned design, and if we can just hold on that side just a sec, I think we need to think about design in terms of the context of where this property is and the surrounding buildings. This building is a traditional post-war property, however, it is in very poor condition. If it was to be retained, it could be upgraded and would look very different to what it is now, potentially. The replacement dwelling has a substantial gable on the front, as does this one. It is slightly narrower than this property, with the entrance, as I said, set back. So whilst it be a slightly different design to the other neighbouring properties, it's not out of context with the design and the scale positioning of the buildings along that street scene. I think there's a consideration that's not incongruous in terms of design and materials, and the scale is acceptable. There's also a substantial tree in the front garden that will help soften the impact of this dwelling. Just because it's different, I don't think it sets itself out as unacceptable. There's also a mention in terms of overdevelopment. If we could just go back to the site plan again, please. We talked about how buildings fit on the sites that they're proposed to, the amenity spaces around them. And if you just look at the site plan, we can see hedgerows and the other properties of Hilltop there in the top corner. They are sizes of buildings that occupy very similar sizes of plots. So the density of development is very similar around in that location. So it's not a large property squeezed in on a very, very small site that's very different to everything else. The grain of the form, of the built form around there is very, very similar. And I think that the building at the rear of the property is quite well screened from the front elevation, from the front road. You are not going to see a lot of that property at the rear from the front elevation. I think I've covered most of those points there. If there are any more, please shout.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Dale, you got your hand up?
Thank you, Chair. My question is around the location of the parking provision for the house to the rear. Ideally, you would want to come out of the site in a forward motion. The way the parking arrangements are set up, it means that there is no turning circle to be able to access, to egress the site in a forward motion, which means that they'd have to reverse down the drive to possibly the front house's parking area to be able to turn around without reversing onto the highway. Is that something that has been considered? And if not, why not? And can we do that now? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dale. Amy, do you want to come back on that?
I just double checking the highways comments. They haven't raised an issue with turning, and they haven't suggested that there isn't sufficient room on the site to turn. So in terms of those concerns, I probably don't, our highways officer is satisfied that the highways and parking arrangements are acceptable.
Just having a look at that a minute, everybody. There's room to park, but yeah, they should be able to. Yeah, it certainly looks as if there's enough room to turn. It depends on how they park, doesn't it? But I can see what you're saying, Dale. Anyway, let me just move on with the others, Jill.
I just wondered why the garage was situated at the back previously, which would be more in line with the other houses along that road, whereas as it was changed then to the front. What's the reason, please?
Just to create the access, I think.
I think originally there was a garage proposed to the front property, and there were objections in relation to that when it was removed from the front. Then, so there isn't a garage at the front of the property, and on the replacement dwelling.
What's that then? Oh, just parking space.
It says parking, yeah, sorry.
I beg your pardon.
There is a garage proposed at the rear property, and I think I probably did admit that, sorry, in my presentation there you probably saw a slide of the elevations of the garage, a simple single garage.
Okay, thank you.
Jane.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick one. I have no reason to refuse this application. I believe it's in keeping. There's no highways issues, and the replacement dwelling will actually be an enhancement on what is already there. I would, however, like to ensure that the roof tiles remain a terracotta colour, just so that they stay in keeping with the rest of the dwellings within that road. Thank you.
Amy?
Yeah, just to confirm that the applicant's put on the application form, there'll be concrete tile. So they won't be a slate. I think it was mentioned at the site visits yesterday. But we can condition samples of materials in order to make sure that we can achieve that.
Yeah, that would certainly help it blend in. Emma.
Yeah, I had two questions really. One was to why the necessity to turn the building 90 degrees when there looks to me, with the current building, plenty of scope for a roadway to the side of it in its current elevation, and also the possibility of putting some protection order on the two very mature trees at the front to ensure that they're not removed or damaged during or after construction. Thank you.
Amy?
Yeah, so quickly in terms of the replacement dwelling, the orientation is still front to back. It is more linear in its form to be slightly narrower so that you've got the access along the side of the property to the one at the rear. And in terms of the trees, we could go back to our tree officer later on and ask them if they would consider putting a TPO on the trees. They are outside the conservation area, so not protected right now, but they are supposed to be, well, they are retained as part of this application, so that wouldn't be necessary and it wouldn't hold up any decision that you make today, but it could be something that we could look at in the future.
Okay, thanks, Amy. And John?
Yes, Chair, just mention the highways raised concerns of the 3-metre width private driveway, where they are suggesting that at a minimum standard there should be 4.1. I will consider that a major issue of us making a decision on this plan application. Certainly the other one is that the MCC tree officer also is concerned about the development in relation to the root protection zone of the oak and the sycamore, but more so the access being 4.1. How can they obtain a 4.1 when probably there's not enough room?
Yeah, I got a feeling there isn't. But Amy, do you want to come back in on that?
No, there isn't enough room to be able to make it 4 metres. But so the highways officer has raised objections and has requested those passing places. However, we as officers made a recommendation to approve the application despite of these concerns, because we feel, as you can see, the length of the driveway is quite a linear form of that driveway. And I said earlier, in terms of the amount of traffic movements in and out of that rear property, they're only going to be very limited, and you will be able to see from the bottom of that drive if somebody is coming the other way. There'll also be scope for you to pause in front of the building at the front, Overdale, so that it wouldn't be traffic backed up onto St Lawrence Road, which is again a more minor road as well. So on balance, we considered that the application was acceptable, despite there were some concerns from highways. In relation to the trees are now proposed to be retained, whereas previously they were proposed to be removed. So they are now considered to be part of this scheme, and the condition then seeks a method statement to ensure that the root protection zones of those trees are maintained and protected throughout any demolition or construction. As I said, the tree officer has literally in this meeting sent me a message saying she was happy with that condition as long as it was up to BS standard, BS whatever it was, if that's okay.
Okay. Jan.
Yes, sorry, I don't know whether this is within the sort of like remit of planning, but I've got my sort of like climate emergency question really. Do we have any control at all about stipulating whether air source heat pumps are put in, for example, or charge points and PV panels? Is that part of our remit?
Craig?
Yes, we do, if we had the policy framework to implement it. So we've got a local development plan which is dated from 2011 to 2021, adopted 2014. Now, as you can imagine, technology has come on a long way since then. As you might be aware, we are currently working on the replacement local development plan, which will be the new planning policy framework, and within that we're looking at increasing our energy efficiency and increasing the bar, raising the bar in Monmouthshire for the level of requirements we do. So at the moment, members, we haven't got that planning policy to refuse an application for not providing it. The development of the applicant would have to meet the building regulation standards, which have just been improved actually. So Part L have just come in, which are an improved energy efficiency across Wales, which is positive. But in terms of us as members and officers pushing for that, we need to have that policy framework in place. So that will come in the replacement local development plan, and members will be in their gift to have that debate and discussion about what you want in terms of that policy framework and what you want to ask for from development. But at the moment, we wouldn't be able to refuse on those grounds.
Can we recommend, though?
We can certainly put informatives onto a decision notice to encourage, changing culture and renewable energy. So yeah, we can certainly put an informative on, but we can't enforce that at the minute because it's not planning policy.
Does that have to be part of the proposal?
It would be something that we could add on on a decision notice at the bottom of the decision notice, and it's information for the applicant to consider as part of their development proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Might be an idea to do that. It's yeah. And Stephen.
Yes, I just got a bit confused earlier on about the parking thing, because I looked at the 8th of April. There was an objection from Highways then, and then I wasn't sure why you'd gone ahead and like thought that it could be approved, but I understand there's still this objection there, so that's fine. I did go on the site visit because I used to live around the corner in Mountain Drive, so I know the house well, and it would obviously be good to see it replaced, or it would have been nice to see it repaired and restored. But I noticed there was a tree in the back garden. Is that and a root? Has that just been chopped down by the developer recently? I couldn't see anything in the tree report about it, but there's definitely a large. One of the photos, there's evidence of a tree being removed or chopped down.
There is a substantial tree there. It's actually shown as being retained on the plan.
It's actually on the ground. There's on one of the photos. I can see like the actual
yeah,
tree itself.
There's two trees on site. One is a bit of a Yeah, it's an ornamental tree which is quite small and is planned to be removed, but that substantial tree is remaining.
Okay. I know, it's just I thought one had been chopped down and I could see the remains of it. That was all. I don't know if other people who went yesterday saw that or whether it's quite an old photo, I'm not sure. But...
Okay, thanks for that.
Thanks, cheers, yeah. There was a concern they were chopping trees down without permission, that was all.
Oh, sorry, we've had all of the speakers that nobody else has indicated. There is a proposal from officers for approval of this scheme. Yeah, I'm just going to say that. But before we can go to the vote, Paul, you can come back, but you have had all of your 6 minutes, so I would ask you to make it very brief, please.
Okay, Chair, yeah, I'll be very brief. As I said at the start, if this was a simple like-for-like replacement, there would be very little discussion. But I think you heard the concerns about highways, given the plot's boundary and associated tree root infrastructure. I don't think it can be achieved in terms of widening. That's a concern. The animal ecology, there was no bat survey undertaken on the underground shelter, and this is problematic in my view, and I would welcome the planning officer's response on this matter. The electricity pole that was being raised in the report says it's been removed. That pole supplies electricity to 20 plus properties with major anchors in the applicant's property and the neighbouring property. It hasn't been removed, and I don't know whether it can be. And again, I would welcome the planning officer's response on this, because that, again, is a significant issue. I think you've heard this afternoon with other applications that any new development should have regard to the character, form, scale, siting, and layout of the neighbouring buildings that surround it. I think these plans and the application clearly conflict in my view, and I hope you would look to refuse. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. So there were a couple of points there. Do you want to pick up on them maybe, and then we will go to the vote?
Yeah, I'll be quick as I can, really. There is an electricity pole to the rear of the property. It is still there. However, the agent confirmed this morning that the cables have been underground, and that whether the pole comes down or not is a separate matter for the applicant and the neighbours to deal with in terms of dealing with the electricity company. It isn't a matter for the planning application to consider. There is a bunker in ground. The ecologist has considered that the assessments were sufficient and the net benefit was acceptable, and obviously the developer would be committing a crime if they damaged the habitat wildlife in there, so it's up to them to make sure that they've covered that point off as well. But as far as the planning application is concerned, the ecologist was happy and only requested conditions of lighting and landscaping. I think that was the 2 points that were made.
Okay, thanks for that. The local member has asked if we will consider refusing the application. Can somebody propose one way or the other? The officer's recommendation is for approval. Do I have a proposer for approval? Yeah, Tony, and seconded by Maureen. Do I have any alternative proposals? Okay, Richard, would you put the vote in the chat, please? Okay, it's in there. Can you vote now, please?
Thank you, Chair. We've now had 16 responses. 12 are for approval, 2 are against approval, and 2 are abstentions. So that motion is passed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Denzel. And thank you, Paul, for your contribution. We next move on to the final application of the meeting, and it's application number DM2022-00460 regarding modification of condition 1, the restriction of opening times on the original planning decision. Who's going to take us through that, Amy?
That's me again. Thank you, members, for your patience. I will be as succinct as possible with this application. So yes, the application before you today is at the request of the former local member. So the application seeks the extension of opening hours for the trading of the hair salon to extend to a Monday. This application does not seek to address the suitability of the existing operations, as it's been considered under previously an application DC 2014-00314, and it is considered acceptable. So the side shows the existing property from the front elevation where the business is operating from, and access to the salon is to the side towards the rear, the access down the alleyway there. The next slide shows the floor plan with the treatment rooms and the site location plan in the corner. So the existing operating hours are specified by condition 3 of DC 2014-00314, and these are Tuesday to Thursday 9 till 5, Friday 9 till 7, Saturday 9 till 4, closed on Mondays and bank holidays. So the requested change is to add a Monday's trading hours from 9:30 a.m. until 3 p.m. and to clarify that the business will be closed on Sundays and bank holidays. This equates to 5.5 additional trading hours per week between 9:30 a.m. and 3 p.m. on a Monday. There have been concerns over the potential issues with parking, and whilst there's no provision on the site for parking, the business has an arrangement with a nearby restaurant. I think we have a site plan to show the different areas. So the restaurant can be seen in green there, and their car park is shown in purple, a very short distance from the application site. So given the size of the salon, it's considered that the additional operating hours will generate approximately 6 additional visits per week. This is not considered to be an intensification of the use that would be unacceptable. It's also important to note that the property formerly operated as the post office and so has a long-established commercial use. Given the specified arrangements and the limited increase in traffic movements to and from the site, it is considered that the proposals to extend the operating hours to the main working hours on a Monday is acceptable. It is therefore recommended that the application be approved and the condition of DC 2014-00314 modified accordingly.
Thank you, Amy. And Ben, this is in your ward.
Yeah, I suppose I'd like to say that I think local businesses probably do with a bit of help after COVID, and it's not unusual for businesses to open on Mondays, so I don't see any reason why we shouldn't approve this.
Okay, thank you for that. Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't think I need to go to the hairdresser very often, but I support this.
Yeah, we're all suffering from that. Can I take it that you've proposed approval? Yeah, thanks for that. And Faye has seconded it. Nobody else has indicated that they wish to speak. So, Richard, can we have the vote, please? Can you vote no, please? That's us then. Oh, yeah.
We've now had 15 responses, Chair, all for approval, so that has passed. Thank you.
Okay, well, that concludes the applications for today. You can't rush off yet because we've just got to go through a couple of appeals that Craig's just going to take us through, or Andrew or somebody is. So,
Yep. Thank you, Chair. There's 2 appeals to report back to members. I'll take you to the first one, and then I'll pass over to Amy for the second. So this was an application for, it was previously a dwelling known as Bentra Farmhouse, where there was a Juliet balcony on the rear of the building. It's proposed to replace that with a sort of a platform-style balcony, as you can see on that plan. We felt it appropriate to, in granting planning permission, to put a condition on there that a privacy screen was provided on that northern boundary to protect the privacy of the neighbouring property to the north, which the distance to the boundary, I think from memory, is about 12 metres. So we felt this site was in a slightly elevated position also, and this had intensified any potential overlooking from the previous Juliet balcony. However, the inspector determined that the distance, the topography, and the fact that there is sort of vegetation on site between the properties was sufficient, and the condition wasn't required. And so the inspector effectively deleted that condition and sort of granted permission without the requirement to provide that privacy screen. So that's effectively the nature of the appeal.
So this.
Okay. Do you want to move on to the next one, Amy?
Yeah, we'll be quick. So this appeal relates to a listed building enforcement notice that was served. Could you just thank you. At this property, Little Hervels Court in Chepstow, they had plan of permission and listed building consent to build a new dwelling in the rear garden and create an opening in the boundary wall. And the boundary wall is considered to be part of the listed building, so it is curtilage protected. Just go to the next slide, please. The boundary wall was reduced in height and then repaired with a mortar that is significantly different in colour and texture to the existing wall and looks quite different. So there was a condition on the listed building consent for a sample of the mortar to be agreed by officers. This wasn't done, the work was carried out, and the enforcement notice was served. The inspector agreed that the works were sufficiently detrimental to harm the special character of the listed building and upheld the notice. He also commented that despite that mortar will probably weather over time, it is significantly harmful now, and it would take a long period of time for it to weather to a suitable colour. So the enforcement notice stands, and the applicant will then have to carry out the works specified on the enforcement notice, which is now live.
Okay, thanks for that. Just one point, and I don't suppose we know the answer to it, but does anybody know why all the cladding's been taken off that building? Because it isn't covered in timber now. No. We noticed it at the site meeting when we went to look at the HMO. Yeah, can you have a look? Yeah, because I went past there the other day and it's still missing. Okay, in that case, can I thank everybody for their patience on it? It's been a long meeting. We don't normally, I mean, sometimes we do, but it's most unusual for planning meetings to be as long as this, with so many applications that really do need digging into. Yeah, baptism of fire, you're right there, Tony. Right, good night, everybody, and thanks a lot.